Ladies and gentlemen, at this time to honor America, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Welcome to this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone, from Horseshoe Indianapolis on Caesars Stakes Day 2022. Great to be with all of you. Track announcer John G. Dooley alongside Racing Rachel, and we are fast and firm, Rachel, at this hour here in Central Indiana.
Got my legs crossed too.
We need all the luck we can get from Mother Nature today, given the forecast. We'll get to that, the official forecast from our friends at WRTV6 in just a moment. But 10 races on tap, 9 thoroughbred races, 4 stakes. Looking forward to it. And then a really nice quarter horse allowance over the 300 yards to close out the proceedings here today with 10 races on tap. But as we noted, fast and firm, and really looking forward to Caesars Stakes Day. I'm kind of looking forward to Mr. Chaos running back in one of the stakes.
Yes, I know. That's definitely a single on a lot of cards. I didn't do a single today because whenever we have some weather, some crazy things happen, especially in our stakes races, and especially when it includes turf, which is really, I guess, the kind of situation everywhere when you get a change of surface and a completely different landscape of a race. But yeah, that's definitely one that we're looking forward to a little bit later. I talked to Ricky Giannini about Lollaping and Tommy B, so I got some interviews and some inside scoop for you guys about that later. But yeah, so a great day. And I woke up this morning, it wasn't raining. And then I'm driving here and it starts raining. But like someone pointed out, it wasn't a really heavy rain.
I tweeted or sent Rachel a text message. I said, you have a lot of contacts here in Indy, so make sure you use those to make sure it doesn't rain here on our
I called up Mother
Caesars
Nature directly.
Really looking forward to the card here. And speaking of the Caesar Stakes, we have the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes, also the Caesar Stakes. You know, you go back, I remember when Silver Max, I remember watching that race from here at Indy when Silver Max won. But you look at the roster of even some of the trainers that have won this race. Tom Amos, also Tom Proctor, Chris Block, Bill Mott, Josie Carroll, and of course Brad Cox, a two-time winner, and Brad having won last year with Royal Prince. So since it began in 2003, really nice roster winners for the Caesar Stakes.
Yeah, it really is. And we have a very nice, I want to give a shout out to Tammy, who always gives us the best information. That's why we're the best handicappers in the whole country, is because Tammy hooked us up with an awesome media
love Tammy
guide.
Knox. Yeah,
I know.
Tammy does a great
She's
job.
like the queen of the notes, the queen of, like, she really backs us up with our handicapping. So thanks, Tammy, for those, because we have some really nice notes for the wonderful race that we have today that hopefully will be on the grass.
Yeah, and also sent out a tweet earlier. Jockey Miguel Mena, he rode 5 times in the Caesar Stakes. Also, Leandro Gonçalves having ridden here in the Caesar Stakes 5 times. But Miggy, a past winner in 2009 on Driving Snow. So on a big day for us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, always keep Miggy in my thoughts. A great talented rider and friend, and a past champion winner of the Caesar Stakes on Driving Snow back for Darren Miller in 2009.
Yeah, you brought me down today thinking about Miguel. He's such a sweet guy, and it's so bad to lose him, but definitely have an excellent day today, and we'll be thinking about him during all of our racing.
Yeah, keep him in our memory, and that keeps that memory alive, and he will forever be known as the past champion of the Caesar Stakes, where the 2022 winner will be crowned later today. Race number 9, of course, the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes is the 8th, and then again we'll close with that really nice quarter horse allowance over the 300 yards at the end of the day. By the way, congratulations yesterday, quarter horse double for Randy Smith, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Joe Ramos on the thoroughbred side of things. But yesterday, how about 30-1 Crystal Stone? Yeah, I didn't think she got there, but
I didn't either. That's what we were
17.86.
talking about. Yeah, me, you, and B were texting about that. It was like, I was like, wow, that was close. You will realize that through the course of the meet, you'll be saying Randy Smith's name a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Randy Smith. We had those 4 trials for the Harley Green Derby, and 17.86. Yeah, that was a great time. The filly got her nose down on the line. Crystal Stone at the odds of 30-1, but it was Randy Smith that had a couple of those winners yesterday as far as the 4 quarter horse trials went for that Harley Green Derby. Well, speaking of the weather, we noted we're fast and firm for the forecast. Let's check in with our friends at WRTV6. Todd, give us good news.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
And good afternoon, race fans. I'm meteorologist Todd Clausen. Unfortunately, we'll be dealing with some scattered showers off and on throughout the course of the afternoon and into the evening hours. And there's the potential for a few thunderstorms as well. Temperatures will be hovering in the low 70s. You may definitely want to have the poncho handy. And also be aware of the potential for severe weather. Shelbyville included in the marginal risk.
Good news, Todd. We don't
Bummer,
appreciate
Todd.
it. Bummer, Todd.
It's
Way to
Caesar
be a
Steak
big
Day.
old bummer. Storms, no.
Well, 10 races. With that said, at this hour, we're fast and firm here on the pre-race show. Great to have you joining us here. Welcome to all Wire to Wire, alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. Well, let's dive in. First of the day, Rachel will start on the fast main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. There's one scratch. Take out the one Mango Tree, and double wide wanted me to let you know that the 6 Barossa races with no Lasix for the 6 Barossa, and trained by Rudolph Brissett with Alex Achard, who had a winner here on the Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But I think you and I and Brian are the only 3 people that don't own a part of Barossa. Have you seen that ownership?
I literally have I was about to do this. The owner is.
Magnifying glass ownership.
Honestly, they should take this text and they should put it at the eye doctor. And that is how you can test to see if you can see.
You know who's really rooting for Barossa?
Who?
Cody Photo.
Are they? Yeah, really? Oh my gosh, no, they're not. Yeah, okay, so this race, actually, I did go with Barossa on top. Sorry, Samantha, down in Cody Photo and Keeley. Alex Achard is aboard for Rudy Brisset in this one, coming out of the Lafayette Stakes at Keeneland. This is a pretty tough stakes race. I'm drawing a line through that one. It was a wet, fast track, which,
Hello.
Hello,
Thanks,
ladies and
Todd.
gentlemen. Yeah, thanks, Todd, a lot for that weather report. But, when I handicapped this morning, there was no rain. You have to do what you have to do. We'll adjust as we go forward. But I still think numbers-wise, this 3-year-old Colt by Into Mischief is going to be really a standout here. So I went with the 6 on top, and then the 5, Dreamkeeper, Michael Boyce aboard for, Santos Sanger aboard for Mike Boyce. This one hasn't raced since March at Tampa, so just a little bit of time off. Maybe need a freshening because that fifth place effort looked a little tired there. It was going a mile and 16th. Today we're going a mile and 70. I think that shorter distance, because they do a mile and 40 there. I think that's something that he's going to relish, the little shorter distance. And then Perfect Silent Cat, DP, Sharon Bolin, this one coming from Gulfstream Park. Just recently, not too recent, but April 9th, a mile. They're shipping here. They're going to try Indiana. They've never ran on Indiana dirt, so this is going to be an interesting one. But those are the three I landed on. 653 for me. Kind of chalky opener here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
I'm going to call him Todd the Wet Sprocket, if that's
Yeah,
forecast
there
comes
you
true.
go. Poor Todd. He's not even here to defend himself.
By the way, congratulations yesterday. Speaking of Barossa, trainer Rodolphe Brissett, he had a really nice winner yesterday
He
for
did.
Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm. Camp David, the son of Pioneer of the Nile, making his first run of 2022. I thought that horse dug in doggedly. Alex Achard, great ride. Camp David, one to watch.
Yeah, and I was doing a podcast with Louis yesterday, and while we were talking about some of the mounts that Alex has later in the stakes races, he won. And I just think that yesterday, everybody that had that good luck, they're going to roll it onto today. So be sure to make note of all of those. You can find all of this information on the amazing John G. Julie's Twitter, who is the new favorite for Rachel, because you're making my social media life so much easier. I just
Glad.
texted Eric the other day, and I was like, thank you for John Dooley.
Well, I'm thrilled to be here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And speaking of the Tuesday card here, I enjoyed it yesterday. We had, of course, 2022 Kentucky Derby winner Sonny Leon. He was riding, and the race was won by Vincent Chaminade, who won the 2015 French Derby. So it's kind of fun to have the Kentucky Derby winner and a past French Derby winner with Vincent. And Vincent wound up winning on a Brazilian bred mare that I've always liked for Ignacio Correa's Elke Dudrig Huarte.
Yeah, there were a few people that noticed that very nice win I saw on Twitter as well.
Race number 2, this sprint will start off another double and rolling 50-cent pick 3. Don't forget, beginning on the 2:30 opener tomorrow off at 3:30 Eastern, but the early pick 4 starts on that 1 mile 70 yards opener. This sprint, Rachel, for the state-bred fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race which have not won a race since October the 18th of last year, or which have never won 4 races. 3-year-olds in here as well. So kind of a mixed lot in this Distaff sprint. And in race number 2, we have a field of 8 to handicap after the scratch of the 8, Judy's Market from the sprint.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Cecilia's Hope today. She's in a claiming for 10, coming out of just strictly allowances. It looks like Brandy and Jim finally decided that this one can drop down. So I think just a drop in class obviously is key. And out of limited numbers, Brandy's 25% when she's first in claiming. She's gotten off to a little bit of a slow start today. She's a friend of mine. I've been downstairs. She's a little bummed. So I'm really rooting for her in this race. I think she's got some good horses. Just going to need to get a few. But this one with a drop, I mean, really, and off, a race that I think she was just not fit for and also a little bit outclassed. I think she's going to stand out really, really nicely in here. And then the 2, Trauma-Rama, showed some nice speed last time out, has shown really good speed on dirt as well, and a nice sharp workout going into this race to debut on 2022. And since we've done a lot of chit-chatting, I'll move steadily fast along to Sentimental Journey. Third off layoff is key, eligible prove there, and also you can't go wrong with the hot jockey of Sammy Lashes Bermudez as well. Him and MP have had really a couple of nice weeks last week and the few days we did race today week before. Yeah,
this is a really interesting Distaff sprint, race number 2 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. While there are no 3-year-old fillies, you do have some 4-year-old fillies, again, given the conditions here for the Distaffers, which have not won a race since October the 18th, or which have not won 4 races, but you have a 14-time winner. You mentioned the 2, Trauma-Rama. So really a hard-hitting Distaff sprinter group here in race number 2 as we move on to the 3rd race. Now, mark down, handicappers, we do have a Straight Fire 6 jackpot. Continues to roll on here in Central Indiana. $22,214. That 20-cent Straight Fire 6 starts with a 3rd. Again, we're firm and fast. Fingers crossed that Todd the Wet Sprocket doesn't come through with that forecast out a mile.
I'm going to so message Todd and be like, you are in trouble, buddy. You should have never sent that. The 4, Rocky Rush is who I'm going to go with on top. I like the 1, clearing waivers, and, it's a little chalky this first part of the card. I tried to find some horses to get us a little bit of value later, but 4-1 for me here in this race, and then I rounded out the 7, but to maybe sweeten it up a little bit. Rocky Rush, Sammy Bermudez is aboard for Kim Hammond, another one making a 2020 debut, which is the case for, still some of our horses. Not as many in this field, but this one, Kim's got big numbers when she's a beaten favorite, was a nice second that into the meet. Really a consistent, if you look, very consistent, hard trying 7-year-old guy. The one clearing waivers, I had a trouble picking between these Kim Hammond trainees, but Tommy Pompel is aboard. This one making its 3rd start already for the meet, trying to get fit into a claiming race out of allowance ranks. You can't go wrong there, and then leave it to Kit and Kathy Jarvis. Has Andrea Rodriguez aboard. Got to get Andrea a win here at the start of the meet.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, she was like, I saw her the other day. I was like, hey, nice ride, because she had a really nice second last a long shot a couple weeks ago. And I was like, hey, that was a nice second. Well, you know how jockeys are. They don't care about second. Well, I mean, they do, but they want the win, and especially the first one's always hard to get. So rooting for Andrea here in this race, and at 12-1. I know it's going to go down with the scratches, but still, I don't think it's going to get nearly as much attention. But it was only beaten by less than a length last time out for 3rd.
Yeah, from that turf mile, scratch the 3 Blue Ridge Traveler, the 6 Texas Gano, and the 9 Dragon Drew. Really quick back to Andrea Rodriguez. It's been such a tough competitive start to this meet. Marcelino has come out firing, Sammy Bermudez, Rodney Prescott, Joe Ramos for Randy Klopp, but I've been waiting for, Andrea Rodriguez, the apprentice to not to win. You mentioned Brandy Steele, Tiana Richardville. We know they're going to get rolling. It's a long meet, but
it's a long
expect to see them in the winner's circle sooner rather than later.
Yes, definitely. Andrea also, she had a little bit of trouble with her knee. She got a sore knee over the winter and stuff. She's fine and fit now, but she did have a little bit of a tough winter, so looking for her to get picked back up and get some winners here. She rides excellently and gets along with horses really well, which is important, I believe. Getting
closer to the top of the hour, race number 4. This starts off another double pick 3, features a pentafecta bet for the maiden sprint. They'll go the distance of 5.5 furlongs. There's only one scratch. Rachel, that's the 7. Contagious Giggle.
Yes, Contagious Giggle's out, and there are so many good names in here, and I'm throwing in an audible to include Botox Katie. This is a good story. Botox Katie is one of our friends, and she grew up with my mom, actually. I didn't know this. She was one of Tiana's friends, and I met her a long time ago, and she said, I went to high school with your mother, and I was like, wow, what a small world. So we named Botox Katie after an actual woman named Katie who has a lot of Botox. Love you, Katie.
Love you, Katie.
So Tiana and Troy did name that one after her first-time starter, which actually looks a little interesting with Josh Morales aboard. But I went with the 9, Sweep Injustice. The 11 as well, Break Up with Tito's. She's got a couple of really nice ones, really nicely named ones. So I'm just going to play those today. That's going to be my plan. You really shouldn't break up with Tito's, and I know that Tiana did not break up with Tito's, but honestly, Bob Gorham's third-time starter here really looks impressive. Honestly, was so close last time out, make his 3rd lifetime start. Bullet work was going into these races, so it was working really well, and then it definitely transferred on the track with an even 4th on debut, which you no problems with, and then a really nice second last time out. Back at 5.5 furlongs, which I think is what Sweep Injustice really likes. But definitely put some money on Botox Katie and Break Up with Tito's.
Break Up with Tito's. Sounds like my future Kentucky Derby winner tweet after Grey Goose.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to tweet after Grey Goose. No.
Even AJ like that. Quick commercial break here on the Caesars Stakes Day edition of Wire to Wire. By the way, today, Empire of Hope, Caesars Entertainment Racing, raising awareness and funds for Thoroughbred Aftercare, a great cause, Empire of Hope, and today, Caesars Stakes Day.
Yes, for sure. Love being here. Stick around, and Baby B will be joining me as we get John G up to the booth.
Of my Caesars. Oh yeah, and yeah. Sound the bells. Release the doves and put some respect on Caesars. Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
All right, guys, we are back, hoping that no one walks on the set, because if my Giggle box gets turned over, it's going to be one of those days. But our new cameraman right now is like practicing his wrestling moves. So I think you and I are safe.
Yeah, I think
You'll
so.
get up and
Yeah.
tackle somebody for me,
I
won't
could
you,
tackle
Brian?
somebody for
yeah.
sure.
Oh, yeah. All right. You guys have my back. I feel safe. Okay, let's talk about this pick 5 sequence. We got all 6 pick 4, but the pick 5 starts out with a really nice race in the 5th. It is a 3-year-old and up allowance, 7.5 furlongs on the grass. We don't have too long today because me and John were on one. Rop, I knew the 3 is out. Tell us how you're going to play this first leg.
I found these Indiana-bred turf races to be very challenging. This is a tough race to kick off the pick 5. We get a little bit easier as we go along with some of these stakes races coming up, but I'm going to try and find a little bit of a value player in here with Mansfield Tiger. Have this one on top. Is proven to like the synthetic. Oftentimes, if you have success on the synthetic, that will translate very nicely to the turf. The breeding on the turf is just okay, 11%, but that's going to be the top selection in here. I'm going to go 4, 7, and 10. 3 deep as we kick off that 11.99% takeout on the pick 5 for a great day of racing.
Hey, we talked about Tim yesterday, and he got kissed into that one
I know.
yesterday.
Just
So
right into it, and that was your top selection, right?
we talked about it. You know, might have needed one, but he didn't. He nailed it yesterday. And then we kick off the stakes action in race 6, the 9th running of the Sagamore Sires Stakes. We bumped this up to 100 grand. 3, Killer Hot Rod is out. Jericho Express. This one's going to be a lot of people's singles, and I thought about singling in this race, but I decided not to. I decided to add Pickle Feet. You know I'm not going to leave out Pickle Feet
No,
after he
Pickle
did me.
Feet's your thing.
He did me so good last time out. And then the 9, Too Bad Justice, because I just feel like if this gets on the slop, I better include somebody that knows how to run on it. Not that Mr. Chaos doesn't. He just looks like a standout. But tell us what you think about this race.
I mean, I made the mistake of trying to play against Mr. Chaos back on April 19th and was made to look like a fool that day because he really won rather easily. He didn't even take a deep breath, galloped back to the barn on his toes, ready to go around again. I'm not going to take that stand this time out. I do think Mr. Chaos strictly the horse to beat in here. What was challenging about this race from a pick 5 perspective is I couldn't just throw in 2 or 3 other horses. Like if I wanted to play against them, I was going to have to go extremely deep, and I'll likely play 2 tickets. One of them going to be single to a popular selection in Mr. Chaos. The other ticket, I'm going to go as deep as I possibly can, try and get a long shot. Maybe a horse like Pickle Feet upsets the apple cart, but strictly on class alone, I think Mr. Chaos is the one to beat. He is breaking from the inside. You've got kind of the proven commodity who's 3 for 3 versus some up-and-comers in here, but this is a race you either got to play Mr. Chaos and try and move on to the next, or go deep and try and get a value player.
See, ticket construction. The 7th race is the Swifty Sired Philly Stakes, another one, 100K this year, 5.5 on the dirt. We've got some scratches on the outside of the field, the 11, and then the AE Skies Image. In this one, I went with Unbridled Victory on top. I'm a little bit worried about Muddy Boots, who might wake up here after, well, not even wake up, coming off a really nice win, but it is first-time winners, stakes company. It's always tough. I got a feeling about that one. But looking at the PPs, I did go 6, 12, 1, and it looks like you agree on your ticket and then threw in the 8.
Yeah, I see it similar as well. And you and I didn't even talk about Muddy Boots before this. 20-1 on the morning line, I think could take some action today. Went off as the favorite in the debut, which doesn't happen very often for a first-time starter. But went off at 2-1, ran easily that day, winning by open lengths. Really never gave the opponents any chance that day. I thought Muddy Boots certainly deserves a look for underneath, exacta, trifecta purposes, whatever you may be playing. I also have Unbridled Victory on top, comes in off of a nice stakes victory. George Leonard sends him to the track ready to go. That 59 breezing from the gate really stands out. We haven't seen a ton of very fast workouts that are sub 1 minute here so far on Horseshoe Indianapolis in the morning workouts. I think Holy Justice down on the inside, Morales has been winning at an excellent rate, 28%, but that's a horse for course. 3 for 5 so far here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Came in off of a layoff last year and won the Back Home Again Stakes. Back-to-back winners off of a long layoff for Stakes Company. Now draws the inside, but 1, 6, 8, and 12 for me. Unbridled Victory, likely to take some money, but there's certainly some others you could take a look at.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough race, I think. I like this race a little bit. I think is my favorite race on the card. I'll just say that. 14th running of the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. This one also a very, very nice race. 9 Louder Than Words is out. 1 Click to Confirm. These are some nice fillies here. I talked to Ricky about Lolloping. Slick, Sneaky Fast is a little bit of a long shot that I was looking at, but I did go 3, 2, 6 in here. Bravo Kitten on top for me. And it looks like we saw this one pretty similarly too.
Yeah, I'm 3-2-7 in here. I originally liked the 9 quite a bit in this spot. I thought it was a value player at 15-1 in the morning line. Now scratch into Bravo Kitten for Ken and Sarah Ramsey. Those two are no strangers to winning races on big days, especially here anywhere around the country as well. Comes in off of back-to-back second-place finishes. I watched that allowance race at Keeneland, and Beside Herself really got away with a very easy lead. I had played against that horse that day and unfortunately never looked like a loser. I think they're going to need to show a little bit more speed today. With the blinkers on, oftentimes that has horse a little bit more keyed up, ready to go, a little bit more focused, and they might be the front runner in here. There's not a ton of speed that I can see, and I think Bravo Kitten and Rispoli might play Catch Me If You Can on the front.
Yeah, and just remember now that we're talking about the two kind of features on the card, this race and the next race, Brad Cox is defending champion for both the Horseshoe Indianapolis and the Caesar Stakes, so duly noted there. And 91% in the money from the first few weeks is not bad at all.
It's pretty good, I heard.
Yeah, I guess. The Caesar Stakes, the listed stakes, 17th running, $150,000 guaranteed, 1 mile on the grass. Scratches in here are as follows: 3, 6, 7, and the 9. But we do have Tommy B left. Definitely a standout in here. This is one of those races where I feel like it could be a little, it's either definitely going to be Tommy B or it's going to be someone completely random that none of us even are going to think about.
Well, it's hard to get random in a 5-horse field, right?
Well,
I
I
mean,
know,
someone
yeah.
might
It's
have
true.
thought about it with the scratches
It's
coming
true.
out. I was talking to
Okay,
Ed
maybe like longest shot on the board. It'll either be the favorite or the longest shot on the board.
I was
How about
talking to Ed DeRosa, who's on
Why would you
site
talk to
today,
him?
and he happens to like Stitch quite a bit in here. He's won 2 out of the last 3.
Nice.
Greg Foley, Florent Giroux coming in here. You'd like if they win. Giroux, easy
I love
interview.
talking to Flo.
Easy interview.
You
just let him
literally
talk
just
and
say something and Flo tells you what happened. It's great. I
It's
love
awesome,
people
yeah.
that make my job easy.
He makes even a bad person at interviewing like myself make it look like it was okay because he
does.
just told you all
He
about
was
it.
one of my, I interviewed him forever ago when I first started. I think he was one of my first live post-stakes interview. I still have the picture, and he did me great.
99% of my interviews would be people you've never heard of. So
I know, right?
They're not like Florent Giroux or anything cool like that. So that's the
John
difference
Court
between
was
them.
actually the very first person I ever talked to live on air on HRTV.
Okay.
John Court, and that was also a good one. They set me up for success there. John Kenton Court, classiest guy you've ever met in your life.
Easy. Some of them are easy, some of them are difficult.
We should just throw you out to the Wolves today.
Nah, I'll pass. But back to the race, I think Tommy B or Stitch are strictly the ones to beat. The value player in here, though, maybe a horse like Setting of the Wise. There's no doubt about it. When I watch this replay, and I mean no disrespect to the riders, they're the bravest people I know, but that was a horrible ride. I mean, that ride will not be on James Graham highlight reel at any point in his career because I can't even say anything nice about the ride. He was full horse
Hey,
at 22
sometimes
to
you
1.
get a bad ride.
And now today, if they get a little bit of a cleaner trip, that's the horse that could be overlooked. I think the 4 and the 5 are going to take a lot of the action, but do not leave out Setting of the
Well
Wise
bred.
and Jason Barkley in here. The breeding is excellent. Lightly raced, still improving. There's no doubt about it, going up in class massively. You're taking on horses that are stakes tested, had success, already in the 6 figures in earnings, and this horse is still eligible for non-winners at 2, but that horse got a garbage ride and could be a lot cleaner trip today for that one. 4, 8, and 5 for me. As
See,
we
that's what
round
I'm
up.
talking about. It's either going to be the 4 or it's going to be like a horse like Setting of the Wise. I feel it in my bones. And we didn't even pre-rehearse this either. I set him up perfectly for this whole, it's like we're professionals or something.
I would suppose. You could say that. I probably can't.
Oh,
but-
come on. Baby B's the best. All right, guys. That is our rundown of the pick 5. Now, remember that the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th are all stakes. So you also have an all stakes pick 4, and I put together that ticket because I'm not as good at ticket construction as B is. He's the expert, but I do have a ticket that I've been known to hit a couple of times
Now,
before.
is the tip sheet accurate today?
Oh my
That's
God,
the
you
question
guys.
I have to ask.
I was 1 off on every race yesterday, and it literally happens one time a year that you get in a rush and you just you type it out really quick. That better be, knock on wood, the one time that happens to me this year. I triple and quadruple check that I didn't mess this one up today. And on a big day, I do want to shout out to my man Murphy Trailer Sales, who sponsored my tip sheet. Bruce Murphy is an owner of a lot of great Indiana breds, and he has amazing selection of trailers. And I promised him that on big days I would always shout him out. So go visit Bruce if you see him downstairs. He's like one of 2 that wears a cowboy hat every day. It's either him or Marv, and they're friends. So you could go up to Marv, and he'll point you in the direction of Bruce. So I got to give that shout out. And we got that handicapping contest today.
Oh, that is an excellent contest.
It
Who
is.
says we're not giving away money at the track?
That's exact. I loved that tweet you sent out today. $2,500. Thank you so much to the HBPA, Indiana HBPA, for sponsoring this handicapping contest. And beefing up the prize money. So be sure to go downstairs and enter into that. And you can also go to the contest counter and, go to the contest counter to enter if you're here, and email horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com to enter online. And we got that Straight Fire Pick 6 carryover that John mentioned, the Caesar Stakes, and we are going to do a truck presentation for all the money that we have raised for Empire of Hope, which is our thoroughbred aftercare, which is very, very near and dear to my heart and very important for all of us to participate in. Baby B, we are going to have a better day than we did yesterday, aren't we, bro?
I think we might as well, right?
Yeah, might as well. It's only going up from here. From me, Brian, and John today on Wire to Wire, good luck on the 10 race card.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Hello from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Great to have you with us. 10 races on tap today on this Caesars Stakes Day 2022, benefiting Empire of Hope as we raise awareness and funding for thoroughbred aftercare, main track fast, and the turf course firm. Fast and firm at the present hour. 9 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a nice quarter horse allowance over the 300 yards here on Caesars Stakes Day. Let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. First of the day, start to the 50-cent early pick 4, scratch 1, Mango Tree. Number 1, Mango Tree has been scratched. Note the 6, Barossa, races without Lasix. No Lasix medication for the 6, Barossa. From the second race sprint, scratch the 8, Judy's Market. Number 8, Judy's Market, has been scratched from race 2. In the third, start to the 20-cent Straight Fire 6. Turf Mile, $22,214. The Straight Fire 6 jackpot, it's over 22 grand. And from the Turf Mile, scratch number 3, Blue Ridge Traveler, 6, Texas Gano, and the 9, Dragon Drew. Race 3, Turf Mile, scratch the 3, 6, and 9, $22,214. The 20-cent Straight Fire 6 jackpot. And the fourth of today's 10, scratch the 7, Contagious Giggle. Number 7, Contagious Giggle, has been scratched from the fourth race maiden sprint. In the fifth race, start to the 50-cent pick 5, another Carter for the turf. Scratch the 3, Rapa Nui. Number 3, Rapa Nui, has been scratched. In the sixth race, the first of our quartet of stakes, the Sagamore Sired Stakes, scratch 3 Killer Hot Rod, and 7 Jericho Express. Scratch the 3 and the 7 from the Sagamore Sired Stakes. Race 7, start of another double and pick 3, Pentafectabet on the Swifty Sired Filly Stake. Scratch 11, Tap Into the Beat, and 13, Sky's Image. Scratch the 11 and the 13, the Swifty Sired Fillies Stake, carded as the 7th. Race 8, the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. From the Turf Mile, scratch 1, Click to Confirm, and 9, Louder Than Words. Scratch 1, Click to Confirm, 9, Louder Than Words has also been withdrawn. Race 8, the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes, the Turf Mile. Race 9, 17th running of the Caesar Stakes. In the mile, scratch the 3, Play Action Pass. 6, American Pure. Take out the 7, Shake 'em Loose. And 9, Kuchar was entered as a main track only and has been scratched. No Superfecta, no Pentafectabets. Scratch the 3, Play Action Pass. 6, American Pure. 7, Shake 'em Loose. And 9, Kuchar. Race 9, the Caesar Stakes. Last of the day, race 10. Nice quarter horse allowance over the 300 yards. Fast track, no wind. In the 10th race, there are no scratches. All 7 run, no jockey changes. Couple of overweights reported. 4, Too Pretty to Catch +3. And the 6, the last out winner, Tabuya DHD, and 4 pounds to the weight. Make Tabuya the 6 +4. All 7 run. Fast and firm. We'll have the opener due off at the bottom of the hour. Make it a great Caesar Stakes Day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Ten minutes to the opener here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on Caesar Stakes Day, ladies and gentlemen. I will take a second just to remind you of a few things that we do have going on before we jump into this race. We do have Caesar's Stakes Legends Contest. It's a special contest for $2,500, and it is sponsored with us from the Indiana HBPA, so very happy to be sponsored by them. The top 5 players share the $2,500, and the winner, the top handicapper, gets $1,000. It's totally free to play. It's on races 4 through 9 to include our Caesar Stakes race in race 9, and you can play for free if you're out there in simulcast land by emailing horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. We're not going to have Warriors because it is our Legends Day, which is the same format, just on races 4 through 9. And we have Empire of Hope today, check presentation a little bit later, where we raise money for our thoroughbred aftercare programs, which are very important to us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And we also have the Parade of Champions later. Many retired racehorses are pony riders, so be sure, pony horses, so be sure to look for that a little bit later today. So welcome to Caesar Stakes Day. We've got a great pick 5 sequence with a low takeout of 11.99% that starts on race 5, and race 6 does kick off our stakes action. So we've got an all stakes pick 4. All right, we're on 9 minutes to the opener. A 3-year-old and up allowance that's going a mile and 70 yards. The 1 Mango Tree is out, and I'm going to go with the 6 here, Barossa. We just talked about this on the pre-race show. Spendthrift's farm bred this 3-year-old colt by Into Mischief. He's very, very nicely bred. Spent $190,000 to buy this guy. He's made 8 lifetime starts, and he is coming here to Indiana for the first time. Coming from Keeneland last time out. I'm drawing a line through that one. It was a tough stakes race, full field of 12. It was a wet, fast track. We've gotten a little bit of moisture today, but we're still rated as fast because we did, thank goodness, get quite a few very hot days here. So probably needed a little bit of that, a little bit of the wet stuff in the track. Now, if we get more later, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. 1 mile and 70 yards is the distance today, and I think he's really going to like that. He's ran some mile races really nicely, had a nice win back at Santa Anita, on October 15th last year, and also put in a bullet work before this race. Then I'm going to go to the 5, and that is Dreamkeeper. After the 7-5 heavy favorite that I have here, 4-1, I will take on Dreamkeeper. Santos Sanger is aboard for Mike Boyce. This one coming out of an allowance optional claiming for 16 at Tampa. Those are not that tough, and it was a few shorter fields, so I think that he's going to like this group. I think he's got good numbers. Definitely Barossa is the one to beat, though. But Dreamkeeper, I liked how he has early speed. If he can get a hold of the lead, he might be able to hang on there right with Barossa. And then the 3, Perfect Silent Cat. Perfect Silent Cat right now is 7-2 on the board. DP is aboard for Sharon Bolin. Deshaun, nice couple of winners this week, and I think he's poised for some nice wins today too. He has actually picked up this mount. This one's coming from Gulfstream Park. Ran some races at Churchill. Hasn't ran really well in the last few that he has since back all the way last year at the end of the year. But if you look last year to his turf race here at Indiana in the Caesar Stakes is where he ran a nice 3rd. So a little bit of a play there from an old Caesar Stakes alum, Perfect Silent Cat. This is a nice 4-year-old colt here, and I think those 3 I'm pretty confident with 653, for me here in the opener. This does pick up our early pick 4. We've got early pick 4 and a late 4, that pick 5 and a $22,000 carryover on the straight fire pick 6. Jockey's got the leg up and the horses are heading to the track. Good luck.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for the first of the day. Race 1 at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 6. Scratch the 1 Mango Tree. Scratch the 1 6 Barossa races without Lasix. No Lasix for the 6 Barossa. Race 1 of today's 10 on Caesar Stakes Day 2022 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta Double Pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 4. On parade with 4 minutes to post time. Nearing the bottom of the hour, we're fast and firm. We're now just 2 minutes away from post time. Again, here in the opener, scratch 1, Mango Tree. Scratch the 1. Race 2, second half of the opening double. From the second race sprint, scratch 8, Judy's Market. Number 8, Judy's Market, scratched from the second race sprint. Fast track for the opening double, 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the opener. Starts the 50-cent early pick 4. Fast and Firm. Due off now at the bottom of the hour. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Last call for the 50-cent early pick 4. Fast and Firm. Going down to the 1 mile 70-yard start for the opener. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Ronnie Prescott with Cartier Cat. Here's Deshaun Parker with Perfect Silent Cat. Joins Cartier Cat. Now Toss of Fate, leading jockey Marcelo Pedrosa Jr. with 17 wins here this season. Santo Sandro Dreamkeeper coming up. Barossa 4-5 on the first favorite. Now Alex Achard with Barossa, the Into Mischief colt. Here's Barossa. Well, it's the 4-5 favorite. One more, Jose Riquelme with Randello. At 1 mile, 70 yards. Main track fast. Great to have you with us on this Caesar Stakes Day 2022. They're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where Barossa stumbled at the start, drifts back toward last. There's Dreamkeeper, who makes an early move now for Santo Sandro to lead Randello as they enter the first turn. Toss of Fate is third here in the early stages. So it's Dreamkeeper who leads out from Randello. Toss of Fate with Barossa. After stumbling at the start, first favorite is now fourth on the outside. As these leaders go to the back of the track, it comes Cartier Cat, and outside that, the blue cap, Perfect Silent Cat trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter was 24.72 seconds at the 5.5, and it's Dreamkeeper narrowly as Randello keeps the pace pressure up on Dreamkeeper, who's just the leader. Randello up alongside for Jose Riquelme, and these two vying for it, heading toward the half mile. Alex Achard and Barossa are tracking third. Toss of Fate is a ground-saving fourth. Perfect Silent Cat just relegated Cartier Cat to last of the six. They went past the half-mile pole in 48.74 seconds. They enter the far turn. Just over 3 furlongs to go, and the battle ensues. Randello outside and Dreamkeeper the rail, neck and neck. Randello just has gained the advantage now. Randello going for the quarter pole as Barossa looms up with a 3-path bid. Dreamkeeper tries to rally on. Then farther back to Perfect Silent Cat, Toss of Fate, and Cartier Cat. Here they come. And this sweep by Barossa into the stretch. 3/4 1 minute 13.10 seconds. Barossa now has a battle on his hands with Randello, who's dug his heels in here for Jose Riquelme. 14-1, it's Randello, and 3-5, Barossa. And these two fight to the finish. Barossa and Randello. Barossa on the outside. Barossa and Randello in a bobbing photo finish. Perfect Silent Cat was third, and Dreamkeeper finished fourth. Photo finish to start Caesar Stakes Day 2022 off. Photo 142.43. Stand by for the running order from the judges. Verdict in, 6 Barossa. 3-5 first. Edge 7, 14-1. Randello just missed to the first favorite Barossa. 3 Perfect Silent Cat. 5-1 third, and 5 Dreamkeeper. 9-2 on the fourth. Good finish to start us off. 142.43. Favorite gets the job done. Alex Achard for Rudolph Brissett. Barossa, the Into Mischief colt, and the 3-5 favorite on top. 6-7-3-5 after the first of the day. 3-5 favorite was 6 Barossa. Overcomes a stumbling start. Takes out the opener on Caesars Stakes Day. It's official. 6-7-3-5 result confirmed by the judges. Ready for a Cody photo close-up. Here's the 6 Barossa with Alex Achard. Barossa's a 3-year-old big colt by Into Mischief. Out of Bouquet Booth by Flower Alley. Rudolph Brissett trains for the ownership group of SF Racing, Starlight Racing, Manikit Stables, Stone Street Stables, J. Schoenfarber, Waves Edge Capital, C. Donovan, Golconda Stable, and Sienna Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates all of the connections of Barossa. Race 1 in the books. 6-7 exacta, 3180. 50-cent trifecta, 6-7-3, 3420, and with Dreamkeeper fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 6-7-3-5, paid $18.41. And the opener, the one was a non-runner. Favorite, first, Barossa. 6 ran, 142.43, fast track. Race 2 next. From the sprint, scratch the 8 Judy's Market. Number 8 Judy's Market has been scratched. Race 2 of today's 10 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, fast and firm. Post time for the second race sprint, scheduled off here in 19 minutes at the top of the hour. In all cases, please make your selections. And Horseshoe Indianapolis wagers early thank you. Coming up in a moment will be our first replay of the day. Hope you had a bet on Barossa. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where Barossa stumbled at the start, drifts back toward last. There's Dreamkeeper, who makes an early move now for Santos Sanjor to lead Randello as they enter the first turn. Toss of Fate is third here in the early stages. So it's Dreamkeeper who leads out from Randello. Toss of Fate with Barossa. After stumbling at the start, first favorite is now fourth on the outside as these leaders go to the back of the track. There comes Cartier Cat, and outside that, the Blue Cap, Perfect Silent Cat trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter was 24.72 seconds at the 5.5, and it's Dreamkeeper narrowly as Randello keeps the pace pressure up on Dreamkeeper, who's just the leader. Randello up alongside for Jose Riquelme, and these two vying for it, heading toward the half mile. Alex Achard and Barossa are tracking third. Toss of Fate is a ground-saving fourth. Perfect Silent Cat just relegated Cartier Cat to last of the 6. They went past the half-mile pole in 48.74 seconds. They enter the far turn. Just over 3 furlongs to go, and the battle ensues. Randello outside and Dreamkeeper the rail, neck and neck. Randello just has gained the advantage now. Randello going for the quarter pole as Barossa looms up with a 3-path bid. Dreamkeeper tries to rally on. Then farther back to Perfect Silent Cat, Toss of Fate, and Cartier Cat. Here they come. And this sweep by Barossa into the stretch. 3/4, 1 minute 13.10 seconds. Barossa now has a battle on his hands with Randello, who's dug his heels in here for Jose Riquelme. 14-1, it's Randello, and 3-5, Barossa. And these two fight to the finish. Barossa and Randello, Barossa on the outside. Barossa and Randello in a bobbing photo finish. Perfect Silent Cat was third, and Dreamkeeper finished fourth.
Barossa kicks off an excellent day of racing as we've got Caesar Stakes and 4 stakes races coming up later on in the card. We'll go out for race number 2 just 11 minutes away. Do take out number 8. Number 8 out of this race leaves us with a field of 8 set to go to the gate. Your current favorite right now is April Strings in post position number 4. This one was scheduled to be 5-1 on the morning line, currently cut in half, and I am following the bettors at this point. I think April Strings gets off the shelf in here with a win. And speaking of getting off the shelf, Andrea Rodriguez, our leading apprentice rider from last year, still looking for her first career victory. She's been knocking on the door, and she's lost numerous photo finishes. I think this one, it will likely go her way as Chaz Recchi owns and trains this one. April Strings, 5 for 16, absolutely loves to win. Did have one win last year. Most of the wins came earlier on in the career, but we'll see if they can get the job done in here. Second start off the layoff, had a good race on April 26th, should continue to improve, and I thought they lost a lot of ground. They're due to no fault of their own. They were swung wide. They were closing in late, needed another couple jumps to catch Myers Tiger, who went off favored that day and ran very nicely. I think April Strings, who looks excellent down here in the walk ring, all dappled out, looks plenty fit in here, should continue to improve, and I think Andrea Rodriguez will get that elusive first victory in here at 5-2. But right next door, welcome Miss Chelsea Bailey back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, someone who is certainly familiar with this racetrack. Comes in after a successful meet at Hot Springs, Arkansas. Chelsea Bailey teams up with John Horan in here, the 6-year-old mare, 3 for 14, but hasn't found the winner's circle in the last 2 years. Third start off the layoff, gets some class relief. Now, wasn't defeated all that much at the allowance level last time out, just a couple weeks ago on May 7th, only beaten by 4 lengths. Will appreciate the class relief in here. Third start off the layoff, could be rounding into form. 9-2 on the board for the good-looking mare by Strong Mandate. And then down on the inside, Corsadat, 19-1 right now. A great horse that I think deserves a look in here. This is a massive overlay. Joey Ramos getting the call. Second start off the layoff, continuing to get back into form. 2 for 13, has had all of the success right here locally over this surface. Another who does get some class relief in here, but is still eligible for non-winners of 3. So technically, from a class perspective, not all of that much relief, but from a claiming perspective, the price more than cut in half in here. Looking for that victory number 3, could be the pace setter in here. And now we've had one race where the track is continuing to play fair, but the rain starting to come down here in Shelbyville, and it is light at this point. Track's still listed at fast, and I don't expect that to change in the near future. But Corsadat is a horse who looks to be the controlling pace in here, and oftentimes, especially when you've got an excellent rider like Joey Ramos, horses get brave on the front, and if they let that one set some reasonable fractions in the first quarter of the race, they could find themselves up against it trying to chase home a long shot at 15-1. Your morning line favorite, a little bit chilly at this point, 2-1 up to 4-1 right now on number 7 for Cecilia's Hope. Second start off the layoff, but do note Alex Achard looking for a riding double in here as we're just 7 minutes away from race number 2. The field of 8 set to navigate 6 furlongs as they'll be on the track shortly, and John G. Dooley set to give you the call next.
Gino bringing the horses onto the track for the second race sprint. This for the fillies and mares over the distance of 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Scratch number 8, Judy's Market. Number 8, Judy's Market has been scratched. The second race sprint features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. During the top of the hour, we're still fast and firm. 4 minutes to post time, 4 minutes to a sprint. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now just 1 minute away from post time for this second race fillies and mares sprint. Scratch 8, Judy's Market. The 8 is a non-runner. 1 minute to post time. You have 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. At 6 furlongs, they're going in. Joe Ramos with Corsadat has the rail draw. Samir Bermudez with Sentimental Journey drew 5. First couple in. Now Josh Morales with Trauma Rama. Tommy Pompel, CJS Susie Bayou. Give it a 21-1 chance. Chelsea Bailey with Golden Command. Now Alex Ashard riding for the opening double. Cecilia's Hope went in okay. 2 back. Prentice Andrea Rodriguez with Apron Strings. Stand by one more. Deshaun Parker with Second Exchange. The reins moved in for the seconds of the day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Sentimental Journey, Golden Command with good speed. Second Exchange on the outside, and Apron Strings. And the yellow cap going for an early attack. It's Golden Command. So Golden Command dash to the front for Chelsea Bailey. Leads Apron Strings by 3/4 of length with CJS Susie Bayou showing positional pace in third. On the outside, Cecilia's Hope is fourth. Trauma Rama, tight fifth between horses as Corsadat looks to move up the rail going past the half-mile pole. Then Sentimental Journey at tight quarters and posted wide. Second Exchange has dropped back to be last. The quarter went past in 23.05 seconds with 3 furlongs to go. And at the inside, it's Golden Command narrowly. Apron Strings making a strong bid. And on the outside, this 3-mile move by CJS Susie Bayou as these fillies and mares turn for home. Half mile, 46.76 seconds. It's Golden Command who leads against the running rail. Apron Strings drifted. CJS Susie Bayou needs to lift. And Sentimental Journey looking to move up nearest the inside. For outside is Cecilia's Hope. Second Exchange heads the other two. But past the 16th for Chelsea Bailey. It's Golden Command. And Golden Command finishes on top by 4. Sentimental Journey was second. Second Exchange gained third. Then Apron Strings and CJS Susie Bayou. Three, 5, 9, 4 after the fillies and mares sprint. 112.10. Tracks still labeled fast. 112.10. 3 Golden Command. 5-2 first. 5 Sentimental Journey. At 9-2 on the place horse. Number 9. Second Exchange at 9-1 was third. And the 4 Apron Strings at 4-1 the fourth. It's 3, 5, 9, 4. First to the meet for Chelsea Bailey. Here for John Howden. Golden Command takes out the sprint at 5-2. 112.10. The result of the second race official. After a winter at Oaklawn Park, first Horseshoe Indianapolis win of the season here for Chelsea Bailey on 3 Golden Command. Golden Command is a 6-year-old dark mare brown mare by strong mandate. Out of the Rock Hard 10 mare, orange, black, and gold, bred in Indiana by Randy Burkett. Owned by Michael J. Ryan's Clabbermore Stable LLC and trainer John Harron. Harron Thoroughbreds LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Golden Command. Takes out the Phillies mare Sprint at 5-2. Race 2 official. 3-5 exact to pay $34.80. 50-cent trifecta, $3.59, $44.10. 6-3 double and even $26. $31.77, the 10-cent superfecta pays on $3.594. Apron strings ran fourth. $3.594, 10-cent superfecta for $31.77. 8 ran in the Phillies mare Sprint, 112.10. And the third, the first of those carded for the turf course rated firm. Turf Mile, Scratch, 3 Blue Ridge Traveler, 6 Texas Gano, and 9 Dragon Drew. Scratch the 3, 6, and number 9 from the race card. Race 3 of today's 10 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3, 20-cent Straight Fire 6 jackpot stands at $22,214. So 10 minutes past the hour, firm and fast here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, with race 3 on Caesar Stakes Day due off at the bottom of the hour. There was a claim from the second race. Claim 7, Cecilia's Hope for $10,000. Claim to new owner, trainer Joe Davis claimed Cecilia's Hope from race 2.
As we have moved upstairs with a little bit of rain, we are good and good. Eric just got off the phone, so just so everyone knows. But we are here to present a check to the public, $30,000 and $2,240 for our Racehorse Aftercare program. We're so happy to be able to give this much. It's an important cause to our hearts here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Empire of Hope is a Caesars Entertainment initiative that began 4 years ago to bring funding and awareness to racehorse aftercare programs. All Caesars Entertainment racetracks hold the event annually, and we couple the event with Caesar Stakes Day. We love giving this money to them. It's very important for us. So this is our Empire of Hope check presentation, and we earmark more than $30,000 a year to these organizations, specifically assisting in rehoming and rehabilitating retired racehorses. So thank you from everyone here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're very happy to donate this money to Thoroughbred Aftercare. We are 17 minutes to race 3. Good luck.
Rough and Sprinting. Sentimental Journey, Golden Command with good speed. Second Exchange on the outside, and Apron Strings. And the yellow cap going for an early attack, it's Golden Command. So Golden Command dash to the front for Chelsea Bailey, leads Apron Strings by 3/4 of length, with CJS Susie Bayou showing positional pace in third. On the outside, Cecilia's Hope is fourth. Trauma Rama, tight fifth between horses, as Corsadet looks to move up the rail, going past the half-mile pole. Then Sentimental Journey at tight quarters and posted wide. Second Exchange has dropped back to be last. The quarter went past in 23.05 seconds with 3 furlongs to go. And at the inside, it's Golden Command narrowly. Apron Strings making a strong bid. And on the outside, this 3-mile move by CJS Susie Bayou as these fillies and mares turn for home. Half mile, 46.76 seconds. It's Golden Command who leads against the running rail. Apron Strings drifted. CJS Susie Bayou needs to lift. And Sentimental Journey looking to move up nearest the inside. For outside is Cecilia's Hope. Second Exchange heads the other two. But past the 16th for Chelsea Bailey, it's Golden Command. And Golden Command finishes on top by 4. Sentimental Journey was second. Second Exchange gained third. Then Apron Strings and CJ.
10 minutes to the third, and I would like to welcome the one, the only Eduardo DeRosa. Eddie D, Eddie Money. Ed DeRosa is here, ladies and gentlemen, and he is going to talk to us about the third and the fourth race. Love to get his thoughts on this one. We kick off the third race with a 3-year-old and up claiming for 10, carryover of 22,000 in the straight fire pick 6, and you have a routing stat to tell us.
A rousing routing
A
stat.
rousing routing stat.
And that is, we're on the turf.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's a mile turf race. We're going to have a couple of those later as well. There's been 8 of those this year at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 7 of the 8 gate to wire.
Ooh,
7 of
front
the 8
runners.
posts 1 through 6.
Ooh, see,
which
I
is a
love
wide
those.
swath.
It is.
But that also means 1 for all the other starts, 7 and beyond. And I actually like the 7 and 10 a little bit, but when you see a stat like that, you're like,
Maybe I
maybe
should
not.
go to the inside horses.
Price is okay on both of those, but I did look to the inside.
I like it a lot. Okay. Ed, and also, just to give him another shout out, and then we'll get into handicapping, he went to Horse Racing Nation, and I scooped him right up, and now Ed is giving us those awesome stats. I gave you some yesterday during one of my paddock previews, so definitely good to have Ed aboard to do that, and thanks to Horse Racing Nation for making it possible. We both land on the 4 here in this race. Rocky Rush, Sammy Lashes Bermudez is aboard. This one here, a couple of Kim Hammond entrants that look really good, and this is one of them for making the 2022 debut, a 45 lifer.
Yes, and I must admit, before I started doing this work for Horse Racing Nation and really digging into things like the layoffs and shipping stats, I would have been inclined to fade horses like this. Oh, they haven't started yet, they need one, but numbers don't lie, and the numbers say that the horses who are based in Indiana, who make their seasonal debut off a layoff back here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, have done very well this meet. They're ready to roll, and when you see a name like Kim Hammond, you know she's going to have them ready to roll too. So you have to take a short price here at 6-5, but I think the board is right. Rocky Rush, the most likely winner.
And then we both have the 7. It's in Ed's exacta spot, my try spot. The 7 here is Leave It to Kitten. Of course, a kitten's joy. This one bred by Kenneth and Sarah F. Ramsey. AFM Stables is the owner. Kathy Jarvis trains Andrea Rodriguez. We were just talking. She's got a couple of nice long shots today. The 7 obviously bet down with a few scratches, the 3, 6, and 9 being out. But I definitely think this one's got a shot coming from Pauly, really strictly Pauly and turf for her.
Yeah,
for him.
I agree. 12-1. I was a little intrigued. And then with the outside stat I referenced, and then this one also likes to come from the back of the pack, it seems. So we talked about the gate to wire winners on the turf so far this meet. So that talked me down a little bit from making the top pick. But I do think if there's any running late, Andrea and Leave It to Kitten could be the ones picking up the pieces. I'd like a little more than 5-1 though.
Yeah, it would be nice. Kicking at the wall, ready to go. And then we're going to go next to, since Ed is the guest, the 10. Bad Boy. 8-1. Actually, he's by now, this is 3rd or 4th time he's been here. He's an honorary Hoosier at this point. Josh Morales, John Horan, this one 21. I'm interested to see what you like about this one. I see some off-track races, but they haven't been good, and we got a lot of rain. I guess we couldn't really predict that earlier.
Yeah, not really sure. You know, off the layoff, they ran on dirt, and I actually don't mind that this one was into the bit a little bit. It was just 2.5 lengths off the lead, and then just kind of backed out of it first off the bench. But the last win was on turf, so I think getting back to the preferred distance, second off the layoff. Sure. 8-1, not bad. If you were to tell me to pick between the 7 and the 10, I have the 7 ranked higher, but at 8-1, I would actually advise people on the 10 more than the 7, even with the outside post, but they do move in a bit with the scratches.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of water coming down, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And then we're going to round it out with the 1. This one's in my exacta. Got a 4-1 exacta, clearing waivers. Tommy Pompel and Kim Hammond team up really nicely together. He's had some nice long shots, which is crazy to me because Tommy's been riding really well the last year or two. He's been hot. So this one definitely a contender in this race, coming down from allowance ranks to claiming for 10 for sure.
I would yield to my fellow, those who are really into the circuit here, because I'm not as familiar when Kim has two in a race, whether one taking obviously more money than the other actually means something. With some trainers, it doesn't. The other Hammond. I don't know if that's in play here.
I don't think Kim is one of the other horses.
think
That's a Brad Cox, definitely is one of
Right. Oh,
those.
yeah.
And Bob Gorham. There's a lot of
Oh.
Bob Gorham ones that
Good to
he'll
know.
have two in there, and it's always the other Bob Gorham. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely see this one as the less likely, but certainly a contender. Saves ground from the rail, as you said. Tommy Pompel intrigue. So this is a pretty good tilt. If you have a reason to go against the 7-5, you're certainly getting your price. I do not have a reason to, though. So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes to race 3. We both land on the 4 here in the 3rd at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
There's Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track now for race 3. The first of those carded today for the turf. Once again, latest update from track superintendent Roy Smith has the turf course rated good, main track good. Race 3 over the mile. Scratch 3 Blue Ridge Traveler, 6 Texas Gano, and 9 Dragon Drew. Scratch the 3, 6, and number 9. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. Turf Mile starts the 20-cent Straight Fire 6, the jackpot, and the Straight Fire 6 stands at $22,214. Turf good, good main track. 3 minutes to post time. Now at the bottom of the hour, first turf race of the day, the mile. Due off, start to the Straight Fire 6. 20-cent Straight Fire 6 jackpot, $22,214. As noted, turf good, good main track. Start to the Straight Fire 6. The turf mile. Due off. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Last call for the 20-cent Straight Fire 6. Starts here on the turf mile. $22,214. The Straight Fire 6 jackpot. Going down to the start. The runners now crossing over to the turf course, going down to the mile start for race 3. Rocky Rush, 3-2 favorite. 5-2 clearing waivers, and 7-2 leave it to Kitten. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Loading Tommy Pompel with clearing waivers has the rail draw. Joe Ramos with Tomahawk Kitten. Now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Dual Fuel coming up. Prentice Andrea Rodriguez with Leave It to Kitten. Like Tomahawk Kitten, both for Kathy Jarvis. Now Sammy Bermudez with Rocky Rush. Rodney Prescott with Fever Temple coming up. Fever Temple's in. One more, Josh Morales with Bad Boy. Turf course now rated good. Race 3 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on this Caesars Stakes Day. They're in the gate. And they're off. Rocky Rush broke smooth. Dual Fuel, and there's Clearing Waivers near the running rail for Tommy Pompel, and Clearing Waivers just leads out from Dual Fuel with the white cap, and Rocky Rush making his 7-year-old seasonal bow. He's a close third. As Leave It to Kitten gets position in the orange cap, Bad Boy is 5th out to the stretch. Then comes Tomahawk Kitten, and Fever Temple has drifted back to last as they round the first turn. It's Clearing Waivers out in front. Clearing Waivers allowed to dictate terms. Leads by a couple of lengths or more to Dual Fuel, who's in pursuit, with Rocky Rush in third, with 5 furlongs to run. Leave It to Kitten is 4th, Bad Boy in 5th, then Tomahawk Kitten and Fever Temple. The first 2 of 8 furlongs. Turf Good in 24.67 seconds. So Tommy Pompel has the pace in his veteran hands here with Clearing Waivers, who leads by 3 with less than 4 furlongs to run from Dual Fuel, who's vying for second with Rocky Rush. Leave It to Kitten is a wide 4th as they turn again. Bad Boy is 5 from the front. 3/4 length then to Fever Temple, and Tomahawk Kitten remains the back marker. The front runner Clearing Waivers still, half mile 48.95 seconds coming toward the quarter pole. It's Clearing Waivers. Clearing Waivers has been doing this easily out in front as Leave It to Kitten circles. Within between horses, Rocky Rush. Fever Temple's picking up on the far outside. Then Dual Fuel, Bad Boy, and Tomahawk Kitten. After 3/4 in 1 minute 13.01 seconds, here comes Leave It to Kitten. Leave It to Kitten strikes the front, going for the final half furlong from Rocky Rush. Clearing Waivers toward the inside, but close to home with Andrea Rodriguez. Leave It to Kitten scores by 3. Rocky Rush was second, Clearing Waivers third. Then Bad Boy on the wire with Tomahawk Kitten, Dual Fuel, and Fever Temple trailed home. Seven, 4, 1, stand by for the 4th from the judges after the turf mile. 7, Leave It to Kitten at 5-1 was first. Number 4, Rocky Rush, 6-5. The turf mile favorite was second best. 1, Clearing Waivers, 8-5 third. Stand by for the 4th from the judges after race 3. First of the meet here for Andrea Rodriguez. The apprentice gets it for Kathy Jarvis. Leave It to Kitten at 5-1 starts off the Straight Fire 6 jackpot. Judges posted 10, Bad Boy 4th, 7, 4, 110. The result of race 3, the turf mile official. Stepping into the winner's circle, the 7, Leave It to Kitten, with Andrea Rodriguez. Leave It to Kitten is a 6-year-old big gelding by Kitten's Joy. Out of Consigned by Dynaformer. This winner was bred in Ontario, Canada by Ken and Sarah Ramsey. Kathy Jarvis trains for Jeff Jarvis's AFM Stables Limited. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Leave It to Kitten. Paid 5-1 in the mile. 7-4 exacta, $44. 50-cent trifecta pays on 7-4-1 with clearing waivers third. First pick 3 on the card, $42.90 on this Caesars Stakes Day 2022. Again, great to have you with us. That trifecta, $29.60. 3-7 double, $78.20 with Bad Boy fourth. The dime superfecta paid $19.79. 7-4, $110, $19.79 for the superfecta. And the fourth, made in sprint. Scratch the 7, Contagious Giggle. Number 7, Contagious Giggle, has been scratched from the maiden sprint. It's the fourth of our 10 today with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and a pentafecta bet. Post time in 19 minutes. Race 4 of 10. Off at the top of the hour. And they're off. Rocky Rush broke smooth. Dual fuel, and there's clearing waivers. Near the running rail for Tommy Pompel, and clearing waivers just leads out from Dual Fuel with the white cap, and Rocky Rush making his 7-year-old seasonal bow. He's a close third. As Leave It to Kitten gets position in the orange cap, Bad Boy is 5th out to the stretch. Then comes Tomahawk Kitten, and Fever Temple has drifted back to last as they round the first turn. It's clearing waivers out in front. Clearing waivers allowed to dictate terms. Leads by a couple of lengths or more to Dual Fuel, who's in pursuit, with Rocky Rush in third, with 5 furlongs to run. Leave It to Kitten is 4th, Bad Boy in 5th, then Tomahawk Kitten and Fever Temple. The first 2 of 8 furlongs. Turf Good in 24.67 seconds. So Tommy Pompel has the pace in his veteran hands here with clearing waivers, who leads by 3 with less than 4 furlongs to run from Dual Fuel, who's vying for second with Rocky Rush. Leave It to Kitten is a wide 4th as they turn again. Bad Boy is 5 from the front. 3/4 length then to Fever Temple, and Tomahawk Kitten remains the back marker. The front runner clearing waivers still. Half mile, 48.95 seconds coming toward the quarter pole. It's clearing waivers. Clearing waivers has been doing this easily out in front as Leave It to Kitten circles. With in between horses, Rocky Rush. Fever Temple's picking up on the far outside. Then Dual Fuel, Bad Boy, and Tomahawk Kitten. After 3/4 in 1 minute 13.01 seconds, here comes Leave It to Kitten. Leave It to Kitten strikes the front, going for the final half furlong from Rocky Rush, clearing waivers toward the inside but close to home with Andrea Rodriguez. Leave It to Kitten scores by 3. Rocky Rush was second, clearing waivers third. Then Bad Boy off. Track announcer John G. Dooley here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hope you're having a good day with us here on 2022 Caesars Stakes Day. Time for today's edition of Dooley's Data. And of course, it's Caesars Stakes Day, so let's take a look at some statistics concerning the Caesars Stakes run here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Insofar as the chalk goes, well, today we have a turf course rated good and a good main track, but insofar as the Caesars Stakes goes, how about those winning favorites? 8 favorites have won the Caesars Stakes here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and a couple of trainers with 2 Caesars Stakes wins. They include Mike Maker and Brad Cox. Brad Cox, by the way, Eclipse Award-winning trainer last year. He also won in 2021 the running of the Caesars Stakes with Royal Prince. And going for another victory here in the 2022 Caesars Stakes, Brad Cox and Mike Maker with a couple of doubles here in the running of the Caesars Stakes in the past. $41.80, by the way, the largest win payoff. That was back in 2010. The largest win payoff, just under 20-1 odds there by Mr. Mardi Gras, which also happens to be Ed DeRosa's nickname on Fat Tuesday. Mr. Mardi Gras paying $41.80 to win back in 2010. How about the most Caesars Stakes starts by a jockey? Well, there's a couple of riders that have started with us here 5 times in the Caesars Stakes. They are Leandro Goncalves and the late Miguel Mena. Our thoughts to Miggy always. Miggy won here in 2009 on Driving Snow, taking the running of the Caesars Stakes. Always thinking of you, Miggy. And, well, the number of times the Caesars Stakes has been taken off the turf. Heads up, Roy Smith. None. So let's hope that holds true here in 2022. Great to have you with us on Caesars Stakes Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Main track is now labeled muddy, turf course good, and we're coming up to the 4th of 10. Make it a great day.
Ed DeRosa with you here at Horseshoe Indianapolis ahead of race number 4. It's for registered Indiana breds. It's for $38,500, and hopefully for me, it's for my first winner. And the board says quasi layup, even money on my top choice, number 9, Sweepin' Justice, but I've gone down with the Chalk Flames before. In fact, the only favorite I haven't picked so far today won the opener, so due for a change in luck, and I think I'm on the right horse to bring it. Center field, number 9, Sweepin' Justice, Eduardo Perez up, and nothing to really talk you off this one in its first 2 starts. The career debut was bet down to favoritism, 5-2, ran kind of evenly from an outside post, had a little bit of extra running to do, I would say, early. Ran on, I thought, okay to be 4th. Shine was off a bit in the next start. Kind of surprised to see this one go up in price, 10-1 off that debut, because I didn't think the debut was all that bad. Pressed the pace, just couldn't quite get to the winner, but I thought another even effort. And one thing I really like with these young runners, as a user of the Ragozin sheets, there's a lot of different analytical tools out there, but when lightly raced horses actually improve a little bit off their career debut, I see that as a big sign. Whereas the opposite, a lot of times you'll see a short price on these 3rd lifetime starters that took a step back in their 2nd start. That's what I don't like, especially at a short price. But here, we do get a horse who showed improvement 2nd time out. Any further improvement here, really just maintaining the form we saw 2nd time out, makes Sweepin' Justice a winner. And famous last words at even money, but I actually do think that is value. I think this horse wins more than 50% of the time. Sweepin' Justice, for me, a clear top pick. So much so, in fact, that the horses I used behind Sweepin' Justice, my top 3 selections, are both career debut, first-time starters. I think if anyone is going to upset the favorite here, it will be a new shooter, to use a Preakness Week cliche. One last bite I have ahead of the other one. I'm really not going to split hairs, though. I think both number 4, One Last Bite, and number 11, Breakup with Tito's, are equally capable here. One of the reasons I did not go to One Last Bite in terms of trying to upset the big favorite is that trainer Michael Lauer, 2 for his last 100 with debut runners. This is a very accomplished horseman. He wins a lot of races, but when it comes to career debuts, Michael Lauer, that is not his forte, just 2% in that situation. Pedigree's fine, though. The Dam won in her 3rd career start. Her debut was okay. Sire Reddy's Image also not too bad with his first-time starters. 8-1, not an awful price if you're looking to upset the favorite at even money. Certainly One Last Bite, I think, could be in the mix to get a piece with that bite. Albin Jimenez up for Michael Lauer. That's number 4. One Last Bite. Number 11, Breakup with Tito's, the second of 3 debut runners in this race. Certainly love the name, which we've come to expect when we see these connections. Tiana Richardville, the trainer, her Thirsty Acres Racing, also the owner. She also is not overly adept in the debut category. 3 for 80 lifetime is she. She has another first-time starter in here. That's number 8, Botox Katie. Another great name. Well done. But I do prefer the far outside in this case of those 2 from this barn on debut. Unbridled Express, okay with his debut runners. Again, with these Indiana breds, anything over 10% I think is a solid debut score. And the female family has some winners as well. Nothing that made me jump off the page and say I want to take this one is an upset chance. But at 10-1, I do like better than those who have run. So I am on Sweep and Justice on top. I do think even money is value, as I see this horse a winner 55 to 60% of the time, so wouldn't want anything less than even money, but that is a fair price. But after that, again, looking to the career debut runners in the 4 and the 11 as maybe ones to spice things up underneath. Who else is taking money? Well, actually, it is the 8, Botox Katie, the other career debut I mentioned from the Richardville barn. Joshua Morales up for this one. And this is a case I really wish we had a Maggie or a Caitlin or a Rachel in the paddock, or anyone who knows body language much better than me, because with these debut runners, really does help to see what they look like, if they're ready to run, if they want to run, especially with the slop. That's another wild card as we get our 3rd track conditioned in as many main track races. We've been fast, we've been good, now we're muddy after the rain. And Botox Katie, being by domestic dispute out of a Menifee mare, I have no reason to think won't handle the slot, but it's not like, again, that's a pedigree that, I need to bet at 6-1. So still sticking with the favorite, but Botox Katie, of the debut runners, is taking the most money at 6-1. Of those who have run, besides our favorite, the Deuce is the one taking money. There's a look at that one. Love Drunk, as we do have riders up, and we are heading to the track for race number 4. Rolling pick 3s continue. Pick 5 up next, but not before race 4. Good luck.
The horse is coming onto the track now for this fourth race maiden sprint. It will be run over the 5.5 furlongs with the main track here now labeled muddy. Turf remains labeled good. A field of 10, scratch 7, Contagious Giggle. Number 7, Contagious Giggle, has been scratched. This fourth race maiden with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, pentafecta, due off at the top of the hour. Round about 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. This maiden fillies mare sprint on a muddy track, due off in 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. At 5.5 furlongs, they're going in. Santos Sanjor. Break up with Tito's first to load. Deshaun Parker, quite whimsical, has the rail draw. Vilma's Sassy Pants. Andrea Rodriguez riding for a double after Leave It to Kitten's Turf Mile win. Now Rodney Prescott, Love Drunk drew 2. Love Drunk in. Josh Morales with Botox Katie. Right, first loaded, break up with Tito's, both for Tiana Richardville. Eddie Perez with Sweep Injustice loads a 3-5 favorite. Samir Bermudez with Berea coming up. Berea's in. Sweep Injustice. Now Jose Riquelme with Bridal Party. Alvin Jimenez with One Last Bite debuts. Now Bridal Party. Sweep Injustice, 3-5 favorite to take out a sprint. Andre Zaloa, Shotgun Katie coming up in the yellow. Break up with Tito's was first in, so one more Bridal Party. Fourth of the day, we've seen the main track go from fast to good to now muddy. They're in the gate. Ready. And the Roth, Little Miss Sassy Pants, Berea both broke sharp, and Shotgun Katie in the green cap. Driven in between horses, it's Berea. So Berea races to the front for Samir Bermudez and is kicked away from Shotgun Katie by a length and a half. Length and a half then to sharp starting. Little Miss Sassy Pants in third as the speed have really stretched them out. With on the outside, Sweep Injustice being driven by Eddie Perez in fourth at the 3.5. Love Struck is in fifth with Break Up with Tito's a wide sixth. As they round the far turn, the newcomer One Last Bite from toward the inside. Quite whimsical, who's running last but two. The trailers are Bridal Party and Well Back. Botox Katie trails the maiden in the mud. The quarter was 22.88 seconds, a couple of furlongs to go. Little Miss Sassy Pants sweeps, but here comes Sweep Injustice, who's picking up on the far outside. Shotgun Katie's drop back with toward the inside Berea. They're in the final furlong and a half. It's Little Miss Sassy Pants. Charging on the outside is Sweep Injustice with Love Drunk running on toward the inside. Shotgun Katie. Then on the far outside is Break Up with Tito's. They're coming close to home. It's Sweep Injustice outside of Little Miss Sassy Pants, and Sweep Injustice got her by 3/4 length. Sweep Injustice to win it from Little Miss Sassy Pants reeled in. Then Love Drunk, Break Up with Tito's, quite whimsical. Shotgun Katie, Bridal Party, Botox Katie, Berea, and One Last Bite among those last to pull up. In 107.22, muddy track for the maiden. 107.22. It was 1-2 on 9. Sweep Injustice first. 6 Little Miss Sassy Pants. 39-1 second in a game effort. 2 Love Drunk. 8-1 third. 11 Break Up with Tito's. 12-1 on the fourth mare. Stand by for the fifth. That for the Pentafecta. After race 4, 107.22. Another meet win. Eddie Perez teams with Bob Gorham. Sweeping with Justice. The third time was the charm. Being judged as opposed to number 1, quite whimsical, fifth. That for the Pentafecta. 9, 6, 2-11, and the 1, quite whimsical, ran fifth in the maiden. Returning to the winner's circle, the 9, Sweep Injustice. It was a short price at 1-2 with Eddie Perez. The 9, Sweep Injustice, is a 3-year-old bay filly by Harry's Holiday out of Holly Justice by Lantana Mob. Bred in Indiana by Justice Farms, Greg Justice. Bob Gorham trains for Marion Gorman with Eddie Perez. Favorite takes out the maiden 1-2. Sweep Injustice. The result of the 4th race, now official. The 9-6 exacta paid $73.20, 50-cent trifecta, $77.70. With Quite Whimsical 5th in the maiden, 10-cent pentafecta bet, 9-6-2-11-1 return, $445.57. Pick 3, 36.20, 7-9 double return, $35.60. 50-cent early pick 4 started with the 2:30 opener when the track was fast, 105.20. Muddy main track now, turf good. And the pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. Once again, 36.20, 10-cent superfecta, and even $104. Break up with Tito's 4th on debut. 7 was a non-runner, favorite first, 10 ran, 107.22 in the mud. Race 5, another Carter for the turf. Turf course remains rated good. Scratch the 3, Robin Nui. Number 3, Robin Nui, the lone scratch and change from the 5th race. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 with the 11.99% takeout. 50-cent pick 5 starts with the 5th. Turf good, muddy main track. Race 5 from Horseshoe Indianapolis due off at the bottom of the hour. And the Roth, Little Miss Fancy Pants, Berea both broke sharp. And Shotgun Katie in the green cap, driven in between horses, it's Berea. So Berea races to the front for Samuel Bermudez and is kicked away from Shotgun Katie by a length and a half. Length and a half then to sharp starting. Little Miss Sassy Pants in third as the speed have really stretched them out. With on the outside, Sweep Injustice being driven by Eddie Perez in fourth at the 3.5. Love Struck is in fifth with Breakup with Tito's a wide sixth as they round the far turn. The newcomer one last bite from toward the inside. Quite Whimsical, who's running last but two. The trailers are Bridal Party and Well Back. Botox Katie trails the maiden in the mud. The quarter was 22.88 seconds, a couple of furlongs to go. Little Miss Sassy Pants sweeps, but here comes Sweep Injustice, who's picking up on the far outside. Shotgun Katie's drop back with toward the inside Berea. They're in the final furlong and a half. It's Little Miss Sassy Pants. Charging on the outside is Sweep Injustice with Love Drunk running on toward the inside. Shotgun Katie. Then on the far outside is Break Up with Tito's. They're coming close to home. It's Sweep Injustice outside of Little Miss Sassy Pants, and Sweep Injustice got her by 3/4 length. Sweep Injustice to win it from Little Miss Sassy Pants reeled in. Ladies and gentlemen, for information, we do have a late scratch. We have a late scratch to announce for the first time from the 7th race. One of our 4 stakes races carded here on Caesars Stakes Day 2022. Again, great to have you with us. From the 7th race, announcing this scratch for the first time from the Swifty Sired Fillies Stakes, scratch 8, Muddy Boots. Race 7 of today's 10, number 8, Muddy Boots Refunds. Scratch 8, Muddy Boots from race 7, the Swifty Sired Fillies Stake.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
certainly no easy feat trying to follow up an Ed DeRosa easy winner as Sweeping Justice comes home, gets up in the shadow of the wire at 1-2, a $3 return. This kicks off the straight fire pick 6, and we've also got a 50-cent pick 5. I certainly am expecting a big handle in that pick 5. 11.99% takeout on the pick 5, less money taken out, more money returned to the bettors, and all meet long we've seen a pretty good return on your investment, but it has been challenging to hit. Oftentimes we've got a few favorites, but usually there's a couple of prices along the way. We'll see if that remains the same as we are just about 8 minutes away, and we are on the turf course. We've got 3 races scheduled to be on the turf for this pick 5 event. Race number 5 on the turf, scratch number 3. Do take number 3 out. Marvin Johnson sends 2 in here. He's got the 2-1 favorite right now in Over the Top Justice, but I'm going to try Mansfield Tiger. Joey Ramos gets the call in here for Marvin Johnson. 8-1 currently, could handle the turf course. They've been proven on the synthetic, and oftentimes, at least with my handicapping, if you can handle the synthetic, it usually plays pretty similar to the turf course. Now, the Tomlinson number comes up a little bit light, 225, certainly light for turf breeding. However, the dam, Merrim, produces 11% on the turf, so I'm not really sure that Tomlinson all that accurate. Has proven on the synthetic. The lone win in the career did come at Turfway Park in a gate-to-wire victory, and with how our turf course has been playing so far this meet, you've wanted to be on, if not very near the lead, and I think Mansfield Tiger should be able to sit a great trip in here. Joey Ramos gets the call, and I did note that they actually were scheduled to run on the turf last time out. It rained off the turf, really never got into it that day. The top 2 were far clear, about 15 lengths clear of the rest of the field. It was a strung out off the turf event that day. The connections come right back, trying to get on the grass again, and right now they're going to be able to get on that turf. 8-1 on Mansfield Tiger. After that, we go to the outside runner, post position number 10, 5-1 on the board right now for a horse who's going to have to work out a trip in here with Grand in Bay. Tommy Pompel gets the call for Tim Gleishaw, who had a very nice winner on our turf course yesterday. This Indiana bred took on Open Company last time out at Churchill Downs. That was back in November of last year, has been consistently training for some time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and exits a live race. Now, anytime you're running against optional claimers at Churchill Downs, certainly you're running against a talented field, but the winner and the second place runner have both come back to win, including Red Run and Trademark, who's racked up numerous victories since that race back in November of last year. But Tommy Pompel going to have to work out a trip. Post position number 10, going this 1 mile distance is not any easy feat. In fact, 7.5 furlongs, so he's got a little less time than typical to try and navigate a trip. We'll see if Grand in Bay, who's lightly raced and gets to try the turf course for the first time today, can handle not only the post position but also the surface change. 5-1 on the board. Currently co-favorite at this point, your 9-5 morning line favorite in Nate's Heartthrob. 5-2 goes out for Bob Gorham. The one pesky thing about Nate's Heartthrob, in 19 starts, 7 second place victories. This one has a tendency to settle for less. Here comes in off of a layoff, but Bob Gorham usually has them ready to roll right off the layoff. They usually don't need to really race into shape. They're winning at 17% off of layoff, similar to this one. And unlike many in here, a lot of these Indiana breds are trying the turf for the first time. This one has experience on the side. 4 starts, 2 second place finishes, but that's kind of the theme with Nate's Heartthrob. Second. Can someone else jump up and handle the surface change today and the turf? Indiana breds, no easy feat when it's a little bit of a guessing game when they're trying the turf for the first time. You don't have to guess with Nate's Heartthrob. He's certainly going to be there. It's just a matter of if it's going to be to round out the exacta or cash your win wager. We do kick off the pick 5 in this race, just a couple of minutes away. The jockeys are getting legged up in here. I thought it was a challenging sequence. I'm going to use my top 3 selections in this race, spread it out in the middle, and then after this race, we'll go to Mr. Chaos, who on the pick 5, 6-5 on that morning line. Rodney Prescott gets the call. You can see my ticket on your screen now. This is going to be a popular single. The undefeated son of Turbo Compressor looks to put that undefeated record on the line and go for 4 for 4. He's certainly the class of the field, but in the mud, breaking from the rail, I can absolutely see people that are taking a stand and going to try and find a long shot in leg number 2. I just didn't see anyone else that stood out. For me, leg number 5 is probably a race that, too deep might be a little bit of a mistake. Maybe you take a stand in there. You've got Irad on the 4, Florent Giroux on the 5, and then the 8 is a horse who could potentially be an up-and-comer, only making start number 3 today. I was a little bit uncomfortable taking a stab in leg number 5 because I do like the long shot in saddle cloth number 8, but we're going to try Mr. Chaos as a single in race number 6. We've got stakes action coming up. Indiana breds on the turf to kick off the pick 5, and then the next 4, and all stakes pick 4 coming at you next.
G-Note spot on with a call to the post for race 5. Another Carter for the turf, rated good. This over these 7.5 furlongs. A field of 9, scratch 3, Rapa Nui. Number 3, Rapa Nui, has been scratched. Race 5 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start of another rolling double, 50-cent pick 3. Race 5 kicks off the 50-cent pick 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 11.99% takeout. Turf good, muddy main track. Due off real soon. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Starts at the 50-cent pick 5. Turf good, main track muddy. Going down to the start. The runners now crossing over to the turf course, going down to the 7.5 furlong start for race 5. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in, Ronnie Prescott with Henry Rules. Deshaun Parker with Book of Romeo coming up. Orlando Mexico with Cielo Blue. Over the Top Justice, a 5-2 favorite. 10-1 this Cielo Blue. Joe Ramos with Mansfield Tiger. Now Nate's Heartthrob. Eddie Perez going for a double with Bob Gorham. Mansfield Tiger facing up to the gate. Mansfield Tiger given a 10-1 chance. Over the Top Justice, 5-2 favorite, 3-1 Nate's Heartthrob. Grandin Bay, 3-1. 6-1 Book of Romeo. And double digits the rest. Still steady rain here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Mansfield Tiger's now gone all in. Sammy Bermudez with Over the Top Justice. Well, it's the 5-2 favorite over the 7.5 furlongs. Of course, rated good. Lindsay Abear with Cowboys Can't Cry. Now Albin Jimenez with Royal Icing. Stand by one more. Tommy Pompel with Grandin Bay. Good luck if you have a pick 5 bet on. Here's Grandin Bay. Here comes the 5th. They're in the game. They're off. Henry Rules, Cielo Blue. There's Over the Top Justice front rank, and Royal Icing is racing out toward the front, and Mansfield Tiger is right there too as they both angle in out to the stretch. It's Mansfield Tiger in the orange cap who moves through underneath of Royal Icing as they go to the back of the course. Henry Rules right there with the rail as these Indiana breds battle early going to the back of the course. Cielo Blue in the white cap with on the outside Grandin Bay in 5th. They have 5 furlongs to run. Over the Top Justice is a settled 6th there for Sammy Bermudez. Then it's a length and a half, 2 on the outside. Book of Romeo, who's racing 5 clear from Nate's Heartthrob, who's second to last. And with the rail, Cowboys Can't Cry has dropped back to 9th. The quarter was 23.78 seconds. They go past the half-mile pole. Henry Rules still vying for the lead with Mansfield Tiger. Half-mile 47.60 seconds as they enter the far turn with Royal Icing a closing third. So these leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Mansfield Tiger being sternly opposed by Royal Icing as Henry Rules backs out of it. Right there is Over the Top Justice now moving into scoring range. Book of Romeo unwinds. Cielo Blue, Henry Rules, and then Nate's Heartthrob and Cowboys Can't Cry was last as they straightened. They're coming down toward the final furlong. Mansfield Tiger against the rail. Royal Icing in full stretch and charging is Over the Top Justice. Cielo Blue, Book of Romeo, then Grandin Bay with yards to go. It's Mansfield Tiger. Mansfield Tiger for Joe Ramos. Mansfield Tiger takes it at 12-1. Over the Top Justice was second, then Cielo Blue from Royal Icing and Book of Romeo. Seven, 5, then a photo for third and fourth. After race 5, 7. Mansfield Tiger, 12-1 first, number 5. Over the Top Justice, 3-1 second. Stand by for the third and fourth from the judges. 131.55, course good, 131.55 with the Horseshoe Indianapolis and Caesars Stakes still to come. 131.55 here. Mansfield Tiger, Joe Ramos, teams with Marvin Johnson. Note the 2, Cielo Blue, 11-1 third, 9 Royal Icing, 6-1 on the fourth, 7-5-2-9. Mansfield Tiger, 12-1 starts the pick 5. Returning to the winner's circle, the 7, Mansfield Tiger, with Joe Ramos. Mansfield Tiger is a 3-year-old dark Bear Brown gelding by Pataki Kid. Out of the Hold That Tiger mare, Maram. Bred in Indiana by Dana P. Myers. Marvin Johnson trains for Matt Kwiatkowski. And Jason Kibler, Horseshoe Indianapolis, congratulates the winning connections of Mansfield Tiger. Takes out the turf at 12-1. 131.55. The result of the 5th race official. 26.20 on Mansfield Tiger. $26.20 to win. 7.5 exacta, 150.40. $228.55. The 50-cent trifecta, 7.52. This pick 3 covered races 3, 4, and 5. $165.30. 7 with the 7 and/or the 9 with Mansfield Tiger the 7. 50-cent trifecta, $228.55, 9-7 double for $63, $227.41, the 10-cent superfecta with Royal Icing 4th in the turf. 131.55. First of our stakes, race 6, the Sagamore Sired Stakes. Scratch the 3, Killer Hot Rod, and the 7, Jericho Express. Scratch the 3 and number 7. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, started the 50-cent, late pick 4, post time for the Sagamore Sired Stakes in 18 minutes at the top of the hour. comes the fifth. They're in the gate. They're off. Henry Rules, Cielo Blue. There's Over the Top Justice front rank, and Royal Icing is racing out toward the front, and Mansfield Tiger is right there too as they both angle in out to the stretch. It's Mansfield Tiger in the orange cap who moves through underneath of Royal Icing as they go to the back of the course. Henry Rules right there with the rail as these Indiana breds battle early going to the back of the course. Yellow Blue in the white cap with on the outside Grandin Bay in fifth. And they have 5 furlongs to run. Over the Top Justice is a settled sixth there for Sammy Bermudez. Then it's a length and a half, 2 on the outside. Book of Romeo, who's racing 5 clear from Nate's Heartthrob, who's second to last. And with the rail, Cowboys Can't Cry has dropped back to ninth. The quarter was 23.78 seconds. They go past the half-mile pole. Henry Rules still vying for the lead with Mansfield Tiger. Half-mile 47.60 seconds as they enter the far turn with Royal Icing a closing third. So these leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Mansfield Tiger being sternly opposed by Royal Icing as Henry Rules backs out of it. Right there is Over the Top Justice now moving into scoring range. Book of Romeo unwinds. Cielo Blue, Henry Rules, and then Nate's Heartthrob and Cowboys Can't Cry was last as they straightened. They're coming down toward the final furlong. Mansfield Tiger against the rail. Royal Icing in full stretch and charging is Over the Top Justice. Cielo Blue, Book of Romeo, then Grandin Bay with yards to go. It's Mansfield Tiger. Mansfield Tiger for Joe Ramos. Mansfield Tiger takes it at 12-1. Over the Top Justice was second. Then Cielo Blue from Royal Icing and Book of Romeo.
The Sagamore Sired Stakes kicks off an all-stakes pick 4, a 50-cent play. We had one pick 4 today with some long shots pay great already. And our pick 5, if the pick 4 is any indication of what our pick 5 was, it's going to be a huge handle because the pick 5 handled over $160,000, and now we roll out an all-stakes pick 4. The rain continues to come down. However, we are still on the turf course for the final 2 thoroughbred races of the card, but we kick off the pick 4 with the Sagamore Sired Stakes race in here. Do scratch number 3 and 7. 3 and 7 come out of this race, but 8 Indiana breds will run for a very nice purse of $100,000, and we've got the undefeated Mr. Chaos. He is going to be very challenging to beat in this spot, but he is drawn down on the inside, a perfect 1-for-1 on a wet main track. Cool, calm, and collected is the 3-year-old by Turbo Compressor, who really made quick work of a field last time out. It was a field of 8, and I tried to take a stand against, and boy, did I feel silly on April 19th. Took a stand against, thought off of a layoff, maybe a little bit vulnerable, don't always come back ready to roll and fire fresh, but really Mr. Chaos was dominating in that performance. He had a clean trip, really didn't face any adversity, but I thought he was finishing very nicely and leveled off as well. Rodney Prescott looking to guide Mr. Chaos to a perfect 4-for-4, 3-5 on the board, but I thought the main contender in here against Mr. Chaos was Too Bad for Justice. Now, this was a horse who was beaten at 1-5 off of a long layoff. Everyone thought that Too Bad Justice was coming back ready to rip, but he lost to Pickled Feet. Then he came back after that defeat, went off at 1-5 again, but this time he ran the way the bettors expected and was dominant in performance. The only problem was that was against Maiden Special White, now takes a jump up, and it's a steep jump, not only against winners, but against stakes tested in here. Joey Ramos looking for back-to-back victories as he kicked off our pick 5 with a winner on the turf course. Now he looks for another win in here with Too Bad Justice, who is much the best of a questionable group last time out at the Maiden Special Weight ranks. And post position number 8 going to be right next door. This could be a value player in here, at least for my eyes. 40-1 right now on High Cotton Justice. Raquelme gets the call in here for Gennaro Garcia. This horse went off at 5-1 last time and got the job done. And as you can see, this 3-year-old gelding by Harry's Holiday is getting better with each and every start, getting more fit, cool, calm, collected, looks the part. The only problem for this long shot, and this is likely the reason the horse is such an overlay at this point, 0-for-3 on a sloppy surface. Many of them trying this sloppy surface for the first time, or the muddy surface, excuse me, but this one has tried it in the past and hasn't particularly cared for it. But I did note that one of those sloppy defeats came in the $100,000 Crown Ambassador, where they were only beaten by 2 lengths behind Mr. Chaos at 3-5, 38-1. For me, 2 lengths, and the difference between 38-1 versus 3-5, not all that significant at all, but we'll see if Mr. Chaos can do it again. An up-and-coming Indiana bred in here. He's already established himself, but plenty of other challengers in here looking to defeat the undefeated as they go out for the $100,000 Sagamore Sired Stakes, kicking off the 50-cent pick 4, and it's an all-stakes pick 4 coming up next.
Gary the Bugler bringing you the horses onto the track now for the first of our stakes on Caesar Stakes Day 2022. Rank 6, the Sagamore Sire Stakes at 5.5 furlongs. A field of 8. Scratch 3, Killer Hot Rod, and 7, Jericho Express. Scratch the 3 and the 7 from the race card. On parade for the Sagamore Sire Stakes, the one is Mr. Chaos. Ronnie Prescott rides for Judy Doris and Ken Sento, trained by Robert Dobbs Jr. Number 2 is Me and Chili, with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., owned by Ed Wright Cattle Company and Miles Childers, and trained by George Leonard III. Scratch the 3. The 4 is Bella's Prayer, with Joshua Morales. For John Harron, Thoroughbreds at LC. John Harron trains. Number 5 is What Now, Darrell, with Manny Esquivel, owned by Jay Allen and Bruce Murphy, trained by Gennaro Garcia. 6 is Pickle Feet, one here on debut with Orlando Mojica, owned by Indie Dancers Training Center. Merrill C. Robertson, trained by Devarius Douglas, scratched the 7. The 8 is High Content Justice with Jose Riquelme, owned by Steve H. Lewis and Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated of trainer Gennaro Garcia. Number 9, Too Bad Justice, Joe Ramos riding, owned by Matt Kwiatkowski, Jason Kaler, and Roger D. Browning with Marvin Johnson training. And the 10 is Wishy Washy, Green White Diamond Belt, donned by John Court, who's up for owner Penny Lauer and the Mike Lauer stable. Scratch 3 and 7. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent late pick 4 with the Sagamore Sire Stakes. Track is muddy, due off at the top of the hour. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The Sagamore Sire Stakes starts the 50-cent late pick 4. Main track muddy. Turf Good going to the 5.5 furlong start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Sagamore Sired Stakes. Over the 5.5 furlongs here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, they're going in. Orlando Mexica with Pickle Feet, won on debut. Riding Prescott, Mr. Chaos loads at 3-5, has the round draw. Joined Pickle Feet. Jose Calme with High Cotton Justice. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Me and Chili. It's next to the favorite. 3-5. Mr. Chaos. Me and Chili's in. Josh Morales, Bella's Prayer coming up. Manny Escobar with What Now, Daryl? Too Bad Justice. Joe Ramos has a win on the card. Too Bad Justice is joined. Now, What Now, Daryl? Stand by at 5.5 furlongs. One more, John Court with Wishy Washy, green, white diamond belt. The first of a quartet of stakes here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on this Caesars Stakes Day 2022. Main track muddy, turf stakes, course rated good. And here's Wishy Washy in the rain. All in line. Nope. They're off, racing in the Sagamore Sired Stakes. Pickle Feet charging out, quickly headed by Mr. Chaos now, who dashes from the rail for Rodney Prescott. And Mr. Chaos has taken the lead from a pressing Pickle Feet through the first furlong and a half. High Cotton Justice is joined out wide by Too Bad Justice. Too Bad Justice third. High Cotton Justice is now sprinted back to fourth as they left the half-mile pole behind, where Mr. Chaos just leads Pickle Feet at the 3.5. Then it's Me and Chili toward the inside, who's next as they round the far turn. Wishy Washy, green with a white diamond belt with Bella's Prayer tight to between horses. And What's Now, Daryl has dropped back to last. The quarter muddy track in 22.48 seconds as these 3-year-old Indiana breds turn for home. Past the quarter pole, Mr. Chaos, Pickle Feet, and Too Bad Justice is coming with a bold sweep now. Here's Too Bad Justice. Pickle Feet battles between horses. And Mr. Chaos, who's 3 for 3, digs in toward the inside. What a battle. It's Pickle Feet narrowly. Pickle Feet, Mr. Chaos has a fight on his hands. And Too Bad Justice asserts. Late move by Me and Chili with Joe Ramos. Too Bad Justice takes the Sagamore Sired Stakes from Pickle Feet. Me and Chili was next. Mr. Chaos in the mud tastes defeat for the first time. Then Wishy Washy from Bella's Prayer, What Now, Daryl, and High Cotton Justice. Nine, 6, 2, 1, 9. Too Bad Justice at 3-1 was first. 6. Pickle Feet at 2-1 second. 2. Me and Chili 13-1. And 1 Mr. Chaos at even money was fourth. 9, 6, 2, 1 after the Sagamore Sired Stakes 105.01. 105.01 in the mud. Too Bad Justice. Repeat meet winner, Joe Ramos for Marvin Johnson. Too Bad Justice at 3-1 takes our first stakes of the day. The result of the Sagamore Sired Stakes official. Couple of wins on the card for Joe Ramos. Takes our first stakes of the day. On 9, Too Bad Justice. Too Bad Justice, 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Harry's Holiday. At the exchange rate mare Allegra, bred in Indiana by Justice Farm. Great Justice, Marvin Johnson trains. For Matt Kwiatkowski, Jason Kaler, and Roger D. Browning. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Too Bad Justice. 105.01 after the Sagamore Sired Stakes. 3-1 winner. Winner's presentation coming up. The 9-6 Exactipede 2840. Pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. 7 and/or 9 with the 7 with the 9. $59.35. Results and prices after the Sagamore Sired Stakes. 50-cent trifecta 962, $36.25. 7-9 double 167.60. $15.97. The 10-cent superfecta 9621. Mr. Chaos ran fourth. And the Sagamore Sired Stakes, the 3 and 7 were non-runners. Favorite fourth, 8 ran. 105.01 muddy track. Trophy presentations of the winning connections of Too Bad Justice. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates winning jockey Joe Ramos, winning trainer Marvin Johnson, and donors Matt Kwiatkowski, Jason Kaler, and Roger D. Browning. Too Bad Justice takes out the Sagamore Sired Stakes of 2022. And the 7th race, the Swifty Sired Filly Stake. Scratch the 8. Muddy Boots, 11, Tap Into the Beat, and 13, Sky's Image. Scratch the 8, 11, and 13. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 in the pentafecta. Post time in 17 minutes at 5:29. They're off. Racing in the Sagamore Sired Stakes. Pickle Feet charging out. Quickly headed by Mr. Chaos now, who dashes from the rail for Rodney Prescott. And Mr. Chaos has taken the lead from a pressing Pickle Feet through the first furlong and a half. High Cut and Justice is joined out wide by Too Bad Justice. Too Bad Justice third. High Cut and Justice is now sprinted back to fourth as they left the half-mile pole behind, where Mr. Chaos just leads Pickle Feet at the 3.5. Then it's Me and Chili toward the inside, who's next as they round the far turn. Wishy-washy, green with a white diamond belt with Bella's Prayer tight to between horses. And What's Now Daryl has dropped back to last. The quarter muddy track in 22.48 seconds as these 3-year-old Indiana breds turn for home. Past the quarter pole, Mr. Chaos, Pickle Feet, and Too Bad Justice is coming with a bold sweep now. Here's Too Bad Justice. Pickle Feet battles between horses. And Mr. Chaos, who's 3 for 3, digs in toward the inside. What a battle. It's Pickle Feet narrowly. Pickle Feet, Mr. Chaos has a fight on his hands. And Too Bad Justice asserts. Late move by Me and Chili with Joe Ramos. Too Bad Justice takes the Sagamore Sired Stakes from Pickle Feet. Me and Chili was next. Mr. Chaos in the mud tastes defeat for the first time.
Too Bad Justice wins the Sagamore Sire Stakes, and I got the Marvin Johnson to talk to me today. It's only happened a couple times in the 10-year history that I've been here. Pretty excited. Marv, tell me, he looked like he did really well in that second in the Crown Ambassador on the slop, so you had to not be too concerned today with the weather.
Yeah, you're right. Last fall he run a real nice race to the favorite in here, Mr. Chaos, and we thought maybe he'd probably handle the racetrack fine, and the race really set up good for us. We was in the 9 holes, so we was, so to speak, kind of outside peeking in, and the 6 horse kind of took it out of the favorite and set up good for us.
Joe's excited to talk, so I'm going to get to him so you can saddle. Thanks, Marv.
You're welcome.
Come here, Joe. Joe Ramos, winning jockey. He's so excited watching our interview. Let's get him in here. Nice win, baby.
Yeah, thanks God. I mean, I'm just proud of myself. I want to tell you thank you to God first, because I always got going first. And I mean, I trust a lot of my horse. I think he got a lot of talent. I think he can do it. And thank you to everybody. Thank you for watching me. This is Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Hey, tell us a little bit about how the track is out there since you're the first one to win a stakes race. Is it kind of deep, or is it good?
I mean, I think
It's not good, it's raining, but you know what I mean.
I don't like the rain either. But I think the track is, I mean, it's firm. You know, I got the horse make the job. I think it's smooth, it's pretty. I don't think it's deep, it's quick. Track is fast. I just want to say thank you to everybody again. I'm proud.
I'm so excited for you. Joe.
Mommy, I love you from Puerto Rico. I love you, I miss you.
Hi, Mommy. We love you. All right, guys, a very nice stakes win by Joe Ramos. Congratulations to the connections, Matt Kwiatkowski, Jason, and Roger Browning. So excited. Jason Kaler, they are great guys, great connections, and an awesome horse. A great way to start off our stakes racing. Good luck.
Please note the main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis now downgraded to sloppy. We started the 2:30 opener with a fast track with steady reins. The main track in advance of the Swifty sired Philly Stakes, race 7. Main track now labeled sloppy.
Too Bad Justice made all wrongs right. Beaten at 1-5 earlier on in the meet, but bounces back with a maiden special weight victory and then back-to-back victories as they take home the Sagamore Sired Stakes. And they're a very ecstatic winner's circle, and a big congratulations from everyone here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the connections of the winning horse in Too Bad Justice. We go on to the Swifty Sired Fillies in here. Another $100,000 stakes race, 5.5 furlongs, going to be the distance. Do scratch number 8, 11, and 13. 8, 11, and 13 come out of this spot. I found myself on the co-favorite post position number 6 in here with Unbridled Victory. Comes in off of a lengthy layoff. Also takes a barn change from the Bernie Flint barn over to George Leonard. Marcelino Pedroza getting the call in here. Currently co-favored for this gray filly by Unbridled Success, who's lightly raced. 3 career victories, but no stranger to winning races. 2 of those were victorious. The lone defeat came in the debut here at this distance. Had to settle for 3rd that day, but they were an impressive winner last time out. And what was impressive to me is not only winning a stakes race, in fact, a very large stakes race, $100,000 stakes race, but also doing so in track conditions similar to today. 1 in the slop against a field of 8, 1 for 1 on a sloppy surface. And that workout on May 10th is the tell that this one really didn't need a prep race, is ready to go. 59-3, breezing from the gate. And we've been racing now for about a month, and also the horse has been training over the track all winter long. I can't remember very many 5 furlong workouts that have been sub 1 minute, and that's exactly what you have with Unbridled Victory, who looks to make her return to the races, a winning one in here, but going to have to deal with dueling favorites in here. We've got 3 horses vying for favoritism right now between 3, 6, and 12, but on the outside, number 12 is taking quite a bit of action. I expected the 6 to take some play, but number 12, 6-1 on the morning line. Tommy Pompel getting the call with little Evie in here. Trained by Kim Hammond, a horse for course. 6 starts here locally, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a 3rd place finish. Really had been rounding into form. It took a while for the light bulb to go on for this 2-year-old, but once she figured things out, she really turned into a really good horse that has a lot of up-and-coming improvement with 2 back-to-back victories off the layoff, an even running 3rd place finish, but does have every right to improve. 3-1 right now on Little Evie, who is cut in half from that morning line. And down on the inside, you've got number 1, at 6-1 is going to be Holy Justice. Morales gets the call in here for Gennaro Garcia. And you want to talk about horses for course. 3 victories from 5 starts, and loves this distance as well. Has never missed the exacta at the 5.5 furlong distance, and is stakes tested. This horse won the back home again last year, and then the Miss Indiana as well. Holy Justice has amassed $170,000 in earnings in only 8 starts. This will be start number 9 today for the 3-year-old filly by Harry's Holiday, looking to get Southwest Racing Stables another winner in here, and no one has been hotter than Morales. He's winning at 28%. Him and the agent are picking all of the right spots. The layoff, not really a concern, because you have a horse who's proven to come in fresh. In fact, in the debut, ran a very nice 2nd place finish, beaten by less than half a length. And then after that, showed a little bit of a layoff, came back, won 2 back-to-back races, and stakes races at that. 6, 12, and 1. Take out the 8, 11, and 13. Leaves us with a very nice field of Indiana-bred girls ready to run for $100,000 in the Swifty Sired Fillies.
Three-year-old fillies coming onto the track now for race 7, the Swifty sired filly stake at 5.5 furlongs, sloppy track. Everything's Rosy, the 5, was the first filly to step on. Here's One Holy Justice with Edgar Morales, owned by Bruce Murphy and Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated of trainer Gennaro Garcia. Number 2, No Trust, John Court rides, owned by Penny Lauer. Mike Lauer trains. 3 is Lexi Sun. On board Sammy Bermudez. For Marvin A. Johnson LLC of Christie and trainer Marvin Johnson. The 4 is Acutely with Deshaun Parker, owned by CDC Racing LLC and Thomas J. Mosley Jr. Ron Raper trains. Here's 5, Everything's Rosy. Stepped on first with Eddie Perez riding for Mass Thoroughbreds LLC and the Bob Gorham Barn. Number 6, Unbridled Victory with Marcelino Pedroza Jr., owned by Miles Childers and Ed Wright Cattle Company and LTB Incorporated of Bernie Flint and trained by George Leonard III. Number 7 is Compressed Energy. Jose Riquelme up for Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated of trainer Gennaro Garcia. Scratch 8. The 9 is Sister Justice with Gage Holmes for Steve H. Lewis and trainer Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Number 10 is Flirty Dancer. Judge Morales rides for Pepper and Don Wright. Joe Davis trains. Scratch 11 and 12 is Lil Levy with Tommy Pumpel. And the Navy Silks, owned by Charlene and Larry Whitaker and trained by Kim Hammond. Scratch the 8, 11, and 13. The 3-year-old fillies for the Swifty sired fillies stake, sloppy track, and due off soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Swifty sired filly stake. They're going in Marcelo Pedroza Jr. with Unbridled Victory. Edgar Morales, Holy Justice has the rail draw. Jose Riquelme with Compressed Energy went in well. John Court with No Trust, green, white diamond belt, and a green cap. Gage Holmes with Sister Justice. Like Compressed Energy and Holy Justice. The Gennaro Garcia fillies. Josh Morales, Flirty Dancer moving in. Now Sammy Bermudez. Lexi Sun facing up to the gate. Lil Evie, 9-5 sprint favorite. Lil Evie will be last to load. Now Deshaun Parker, acutely in the hot pink. Couple of them back. Eddie Perez with Everything's Rosy. Given a 24-1 chance here with a 5.5 furlongs. Everything's Rosy. Lil Evie, 8-5 favorite. One more, Tommy Pompel with Lil Evie. Lil Evie coming up. The Sagamore Sired Stakes win at 105.01. Main track now, Sloppy. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Swifty sired fillies stake. Lexi Sun broke sharp. Quickly taken on by Acutely in the hot pink, but Lexi Sun dash to the front here for Sammy Bermudez and leads the chasing Acutely. With on the outside, Lil Evie vying for third with Flirty Dancer. Then toward the inside is Holy Justice as they go past the half-mile pole with moving up Unbridled Victory in between fillies. Nearest the inside is No Trust in tight quarters as they round the far turn. Everything's Rosy is next, followed then by Sister Justice, and Compressed Energy has dropped back to last. The opening quarter, 22.69 seconds as these 3-year-old fillies come toward the quarter pole. Shortly, Lexi Sun, Acutely right there, and Lil Evie now gearing up for a run as Acutely spins the men in the slop. It's Acutely who narrowly leads. Lexi Sun tries to fight on nearest the inside. Here's Lil Evie's charge as they come down to the final furlong. Holy Justice, No Trust, and Everything's Rosy with a belated bid, but close to home for Deshaun Parker. She's Acutely, and she raced away from Lil Evie. Acutely. Acutely has won it by 5. Lil Evie held No Trust for second. Everything's Rosy was fourth. Then Lexi Sun, Holy Justice, and Compressed Energy after that. Four, 12, 2, 5, and the 3 for the Pentafecta. 4 Acutely at 6-1 first. 12 Lil Evie. 3-2. The sprint favorite was second best to Acutely at 6-1. Third 2 No Trust at 11-1. The 5 Everything's Rosy. 26-1 on the fourth, and 3 Lexi Sun for the Pentafecta. 4, 12, 2, 5, 3 after the running of the Swifty sired filly stakes. 105.62. Deshaun Parker for Ron Raper. Acutely in 2022 wins her first run. Coming back to yet another Cody photo here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is Acutely with Deshaun Parker. Number 4, Acutely in the hot pink, is a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Sahara Sky. Out of Admit It by E. Dubai, Brennan, Indiana by Jesse Hooper. Owned by CDC Racing LLC and Thomas J. Mosley Jr. Her runners trained by Ron Raper. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Acutely. Wins her 3-year-old seasonal bow, 105.62 in the slop. $412 exacta paid $46 even. $56.85 for the trifecta, no trust third. The pentafecta, Lexi Sun ran 5th, paid $408.39. $412.253 for the 10-cent pentafecta after the fillies stake. 9-4 double, 105.20, 9-4 double, 105.20, $59.76. The 10-cent superfecta pays with Everything's Rosy 4th. 105.62. Winner's presentation. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Acutely. Winning jockey Deshaun Parker, CDC Racing LLC, Thomas J. Mosley Jr. The owners of this Sahara Sky filly comes back sharp, making her 3-year-old seasonal bow for trainer Ron Raper. Acutely takes out the Swifty sired filly stakes in 105.62. With the turf course rated good, a couple of turf stakes coming up. Race 8, Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes over the mile. Scratch 1, click to confirm. And 9, louder than words. Scratch the 1 and number 9. And the Caesar Stakes, race 9. Scratch 3, play action pass. 6, American Pure. 7, Shake 'em Loose. And the 9, Kuchar. No superfecta, no pentafecta bets on the Caesar Stakes. Race 9, over the mile. Scratch the 3, 6, 7, and the 9, course good. Post time for the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes, just past the top of the hour in 21 minutes time. And they're off in the Swifty sired fillies stake. Lexi Sun broke sharp, quickly taken on by Acutely in the hot pink, but Lexi Sun dash to the front here for Sammy Bermudez and leads the chasing Acutely. With on the outside, Lil Levy vying for third with 30 Dancer. Then toward the inside is Holy Justice as they go past the half-mile pole with moving up Unbridled Victory in between fillies. Nearest the inside is No Trust in tight quarters as they round the far turn. Everything's Rosy is next, followed then by Sister Justice, and Compressed Energy has dropped back to last. The opening quarter, 22.69 seconds as these 3-year-old fillies come toward the quarter pole. Shortly, Lexi Sun, Acutely right there, and Lil Levy now gearing up for a run as Acutely spins the men in the slop. It's Acutely who narrowly leads. Lexi Sun tries to fight on nearest the inside. Here's Lil Evie's charge as they come down to the final furlong. Holy Justice, No Trust, and Everything's Rosy with a belated bid, but close to home for Deshaun Parker. She's Acutely, and she raced away from Lil Evie. Acutely. Acutely has won it by 5. Lil Evie held No Trust for second. Everything's Rosy was 4th. Then Lexi Sun.
Our second stake of 4, the Swifty Sired Stakes for fillies, goes to Acutely. I've got Deshaun Parker here and Ron Raper. Deshaun, will just ask you really quickly. He's got a ride. Walk us through the race. You said you had a lot of horse in that one.
Yeah, I had a lot. She was just kind of waiting on horses and everything. So, I mean, every time she got next to the horse, she just kind of relaxed. And once I went by that horse on the lead, and then she kind of felt that horse coming to her, she kind of took off again. But, I mean, she's got a lot more in the tank, so she's pretty nice.
All right, well, congratulations on the win. I'll let you go get changed. All right, Ron, come on over here. Tell me a little bit about this filly. It looks like she likes the off-going, huh?
She just loves to run. Elliott Farms broke this filly for us, and she's just come to us ready to go to the track.
Excellent. Well, she looks really good. Where are you going to point her next?
Probably the $200,000 stake coming.
Ron's got a plan, ladies and gentlemen. Acutely winning the Swifty Sired Filly Stakes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
They're up by 2. Hey, I'm Carl.
It's the nature of all Caesars to rule the world, which means Caesars rule the world of sports, which means Caesars rule the world of sports books. Ergo, Caesars rule the world of sports book apps. Those are the rules.
We have Lolloping, who's going to be ridden by Irad Ortiz and owned by Stone Street Stables, and she's running a stake one time at Fairgrounds, but it was her second career start and probably needed the experience. She's come back running an allowance race at Keeneland, which obviously Keeneland's kind of tough, but she's training really good here, so we're excited to give her another spin, in stakes company and see how she does. She's bred for being by Warfront and Lonro mare, and I believe the mare was a decent runner down in Australia too. So we like the way she's coming into the race.
Just about 9 minutes away from the $150,000 Horseshoe Indianapolis, set to be run on a good turf course, 1 mile. You put up $150,000, you get some of the premier riders from around the country. Paco Lopez scheduled to ride number 2. You've also got Humberto Rispoli, Irad Ortiz, and the newly married Adam Beschizza, wishing him a big congratulations from everyone here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And what a great wedding gift it would be to bring home the $150,000 Horseshoe Indianapolis. Do scroll scratch out the bookenders, take out number 1 and number 9, leaves us with a nice field set to run for 6 figures in here as we'll go out to the turf course. And we do have a heavily backed favorite in Bravo Kitten at 4-5. That is where my money is going to land as well. Umberto Rispoli comes in for Safi Joseph. The blinkers go on. This is a horse who's been consistent. 4 races, has yet to miss the trifecta. Went off as a lukewarm favorite last time out in a very nice allowance race at Keeneland. Was 4-1. Not very many races around the country do you see the favorite go off at 4-1, but it was a full field that day of 12. Broke from the inside, and beside herself, they just chased each other around the track the entire way. Bravo Kitten never got the lead. Beside herself never relinquished that lead. They'll put the blinkers on today, and if there is a pace setter in here, which there will be, I expect it to be Bravo Kitten for Ken and Sarah Ramsey, who certainly need no introduction. And while they're in the breeding game and the owning game and winning races, not very often, or plenty of times, they've this is a homebred for them. The 3-year-old filly by Kitten's Joy will make the equipment change in here. The blinkers go on. Third start off the layoff. Currently taking plenty of action right now at 4-5 is Bravo Kitten. But down on the inside, a horse who's a little bit lukewarm or cold, I guess, at 9-2 is a Little Love and Luck. Paco Lopez ships in for a lone mount in here. The 3-year-old filly by Arrogate looks very much like her daddy with that gray coat in here. 2 wins from 8 starts, over $121,000 in earnings. They've tried the turf in the past. They did get a turf victory early on in the career at Gulfstream Park, where they sat just off the pace, made 1 run of it late. The last 2 starts, including a grade 3 in the Florida Oaks, just a little bit too salty in there. And then at Aqueduct, she has really done everything they've asked her. They've kind of shipped her all over. Saratoga, Belmont, Parks, Gulfstream, went down to Tampa, and then up to New York. Now they'll come to the Midwest and try and take a crack in here with the daughter of Arrogate, who's looking for win number 3 in start number 9. She has tactical speed. We'll see what Paco opts to do in here, but I think she can sit just off the pace and try and run down Bravo Kitten in the lane. Number 7 might be a great value play in here, though. Delightful Moment for Godolphin Racing Stables in here. Another homebred for them, the 3-year-old by Uncle Mo, who is one of my favorites. We'll see if she can run like her daddy did. But on the turf course, this one has tried 3 times, 1 win, 1 second, and 1 third. Could be the pace setter in here. We'll see how the break goes and what Beskica opts to do. But breaking from the outside, that'll give Adam plenty of opportunities to decide what he wants. Does he want to set the pace and play catch me if you can, or maybe sit just off the flank of someone else? This one has plenty of layoff lines, running lines. They run, then they take a little break. They run, then they take a little break. We'll see if the Delightful Moment trainee by Brandon Walsh can get the job done in here. Beskica comes in. Anytime you have riders that are coming in for just 1 or 2 mounts, you certainly want to pay attention to that. And I think Delightful Moment could contend for the lead with Bravo Kitten at 4-5. You'll get a lot better price at 7-1, drawn on the outside. But a very nice field of fillies assembled for the 1-mile Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses will be headed over to the turf course soon. Get those wagers in now, and best of luck.
Gary the Bugler bringing the 3-year-old fillies onto the track for race 8. The Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. This over the mile. The course rated good. Scratch 1, click to confirm, and 9 louder than words. Scratch the 1 and the 9 from the race card. Here's the field on parade for the 2022 Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. The 2 is A Little Love and Luck. Paco Lopez rides for Mike Dini. Number 3, Bravo Kitten, the jockey Humberto Raspoli. Owned by Ken and Sarah Ramsey and trained by Safi Joseph Jr. Number 4, Heavenly Hellos with Edgar Morales. Postword for Victory Racing Stable LLC and trained by Ray Hernandez. Number 5, Slick, Sneaky, and Fast. Santos Sanjor dons the maroon and gold chevrons of owner Jerry Jamgotchin and trained by Eric Reed. Number 6 is Lolloping, the Warfront filly with Ira Ortiz Jr. Owned by Stone Street Stables LLC, trained by Brad Cox. Number 7 is Delightful Moment with Adam Beschizza in the Royal Blue of Godolphin and trained by Brendan Walsh. And number 8 is Dreamworker with Deshaun Parker. The Gray Blue Diamonds for owners Wayne Sanders and Larry Hirsch and trained by Joe Sharp. The field for the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. Turf good over the mile. Due off. With the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes due off now at the mile. Turf good. Once again, scratch 1, click to confirm, and 9 louder than words. Scratch 1 and 9 starts a Turf Stakes double. Race 9, the Caesars Stakes. Race 9 over the mile. Scratch 3, Play Action Pass. 6, American Pure. 7, Shake 'em Loose, and 9, Kuchar. Race 9, the Caesars Stakes. Scratch the 3, 6, 7, and number 9, Turf good. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Three-year-old fillies now crossing over to the turf course. Going down to the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. Loading at the mile. Paco Lopez with A Little Love and Luck. Sando Sanjor with Slick, Sneaky, and Fast. Now Umberto Rispoli with Bravo Kitten loads a 4-5 favorite. Ira Ortiz Jr. with Lolloping. Edgar Morales, Heavenly Hello's coming up. Two back. Anna Beschizza with Delightful Moment, the Uncle Mo filly. One more. Sean Parker with Dreamworker. First run since the fairgrounds for the Animal Kingdom filly. This over the mile. Course good. Here's Dreamworker. Bravo Kitten, 4-5 favorite. They're in the gate. They're off in the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. Heavenly Hellos. There's Slick, Sneaky, and Fast making an early bid, and a Delightful Moment in the Godolphin Blue also vying for the lead. It's Delightful Moment, who leads out now for Anna Beschizza from Slick, Sneaky, and Fast, with Dreamworker getting position as they enter the first turn, with Lolloping fourth between horses, joined out wide by Heavenly Hellos. Then toward the inside, saving ground A Little Love and Luck as these three-year-old fillies go to the back of the course, and the odds-on favorite, Bravo Kitten, while settled by Umberto Rispoli, has dropped back to last. The quarter in 24.42 seconds. They have 5 furlongs to run. Anna Beschizza has the pace in his hands with the Uncle Mo filly. It's Delightful Moment who generates the pace 3/4 length to Dreamworker. Heavenly Hellos, Slick, Sneaky, and Fast comes probing up the rail. Ira Ortiz Jr. and Lolloping and the Gold Silks settled in fifth, and 4 from Delightful Moment with inside a half mile to run. And then comes Little Love and Luck, who's held up in between fillies, and Bravo Kitten remains last. The front runner, Delightful Moment, takes them through a half mile good turf in 50.33 seconds. It's Delightful Moment. Dreamworker is right there. Heavenly Hellos, a 3 wide bid, and Lolloping stoking up 4 deep as they come past the quarter pole. On the far outside, Bravo Kitten now starts to get into top gear on that Ramsey red cap as they fan across the course. It's Dreamworker. They swallowed up Delightful Moment. Heavenly Hellos narrowly toward the inside. A Little Love and Luck looks to move through. Bravo Kitten is charging. And here's Lolloping who joins on the line. It's Heavenly Hellos. Heavenly Hellos on the wire. Heavenly Hellos with A Little Love and Luck. Dreamworker toward the rail. Bravo Kitten Lolloping. And then further back was Delightful Moment and Slick, Sneaky, and Fast. Photo finish in the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes, where it was 36-1 on Heavenly Hellos. Edgar Morales here for Ray Hernandez. We're standing by for the full running order from the judges. 138.51 for the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. 138.51, where it was 36-1 on Heavenly Hellos. 4-2-8, and then a photo for the balance here after the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. 4, Heavenly Hellos, 36-1 upset from 2, A Little Love and Luck, 3-1 second, 8, Dreamworker, 8-1 third. Stand by for the fourth, 138.51. The winning groom, leading in the 4, Heavenly Hellos with Edgar Morales. Heavenly Hellos, 3-year-old dark mare brown filly by Overanalyze out of Rich Fine by Exploit. Bred in Kentucky by Ups and Downs Farm. Ray Hernandez trains for Victory Racing Stable LLC of Marcus Shane Barber. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of 36-1 Heavenly Hellos. We're still standing by for the fourth horse from the judges and the fifth for the Pentafecta after the running of the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. The winner's presentation for the 2022 Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. Chris Polson, Director of Racing and Racing Secretary here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, making the presentation to the winning connections of Heavenly Hellos. Congratulations to winning owner Victory Racing Stable, LLC of Marcus Shane Barber, winning trainer Ray Hernandez, and winning jockey Edgar Morales. Heavenly Hellos, hello, 36-1. After the photo, they placed it 3. Bravo Kitten placed 4th, and 6 Lolloping at 7-2 was the 5th horse for the Pentafecta bet after the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. 4-2-8. Bravo Kitten 4th after a photo from 6. Lolloping 5th for the Pentafecta. 4-2-8-3-6. The result of the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes official. The 4-2 Exacta paid $355.60. Exacta 4-2, $355.60 for that Exacta. 6-10-20 for the 50-cent trifecta, 4-2-8. 4-4 double and even, $429. Walloping was fifth, 10-cent pentafecta, 4-2-8-3-6. Paid $1,626.80 for the pentafecta. With Bravo Kitten, fourth after a photo, 4-2-8-3, dime super, $329.99. And so far as the Street Fire 6 jackpot goes, that'll roll over $38,513 for that jackpot. $38,513 for the Thursday card off here at 3:30. And the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes, the 1 and the 9 were non-runners. Favorite fourth. 7 ran, 138.51. 10th race, or rather 9th race, Caesar Stakes next. 10th race will be that quarter horse allowance over the 300 yards. Race 9, Turf Mile. Scratch 3, Play Action Pass. 6, American Pure. 7, Shake 'em Loose. And 9, Kuchar. No Superfecta, no Pentafecta. Win Place Show. Exacta Trifecta. And the double. Post time for the Caesar Stakes, 6:34. Turf good. They're in the gate. They're off in the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes. Heavenly Hellos. There's Slick, Sneaky, and Fast, making an early bid. And Delightful Moment in the Godolphin Blue also vying for the lead. It's Delightful Moment, who leads out now for Adam Biskitza from Slick, Sneaky, and Fast, with Dreamworker getting position as they enter the first turn. With Lolloping fourth between horses, joined out by Heavenly Hellos. Then toward the inside, saving ground a little Love and Luck as these 3-year-old fillies go to the back of the course. And the odds-on favorite, Bravo Kitten, while settled by Umberto Rispoli, has dropped back to last. The quarter in 24.42 seconds. They have 5 furlongs to run. Ed Anabaskitza has the pace in his hands with the Uncle Mo filly. It's Delightful Moment who generates the pace 3/4 length to Dreamworker. Heavenly Hellos, Slick, Sneaky, and Fast comes probing up the rail. Ira Ortiz Jr. and Lolloping and the Gold Silks settled in 5th. And 4 from Delightful Moment with inside a half mile to run. And then comes Little Love and Luck, who's held up in between fillies, and Bravo Kitten remains last. The front runner, Delightful Moment, takes them through a half mile, good turf, in 50.33 seconds. It's Delightful Moment. Dreamworker is right there. Heavenly Hellos, a 3 wide bid, and Lolloping stoking up 4 deep as they come past the quarter pole. On the far outside, Bravo Kitten now starts to get into top gear in that Ramsey red cap as they fan across the course. It's Dreamworker. They swallowed up Delightful Moment. Heavenly Hellos narrowly toward the inside. A Little Love and Luck looks to move through. Bravo Kitten is charging. And here's Lolloping who joins on the line. It's Heavenly Hellos. Heavenly Hellos on the wire. Heavenly Hellos with A Little Love and Luck. Dreamworker toward the rail. Bravo Kitten.
Heavenly Hellos at 36-1, $74 winner in the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stakes, which is a really tough race. We've got Edgar Morales here, and we've got Ray Hernandez, and also Marcus Barber. Tell us a little bit about the turf. I was just talking to you about it. It seems like it's holding up pretty well, first of all.
Yeah, everything's holding up pretty good. I think, it's a little wet inside. That's why in the stretch I kind of drift out a little bit, but she loved it, so.
Yeah, and you've ridden her a couple times at Keeneland and Turfway, so did you think she was going to like the wet grass?
Yeah, she ran pretty good on the poly, so I think she would like it either way, but she loved it today, so hopefully keep going.
Yeah. Well, you put a really good ride on her set right off the pace. Was that the plan?
Yeah, we got a little bump in the start, but it worked out. They were going pretty slow in the lead. I took our side, and it was the best part of the track, so it worked out.
Congratulations on the win, Edgar.
Thank you.
All right, Ray Hernandez, tell us a little bit about this filly. Come on, step over here. We got paddock cut screen here. Tell us a little bit about this filly and where you think she's going to go next.
Well, first we enjoy the win, and then we see that she come out okay, and then we decide where she go next.
She looks really talented, and she's really ran in some tough races and broke the maiden on Polly. So she had never ran on the turf before. What did you tell Edgar before the race?
Well, she ran first time out on the turf and Kentucky Downs, but Kentucky Downs, the track, they either like it or hate it, so we really want to try her in a normal turf track. And we're really excited to try her in the turf and work out okay.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on the win, Ray. And then you were telling me about her mom who won a couple of races here, you said, Marcus.
Yeah, Rich Fine, the mare she's by, won some stakes races here, and we've been trying to get this filly on the grass, and it just happened to be today was the day. And I told him if she gets her shot, she'll run.
Yeah, and I asked you a little bit. I said, were you concerned when it started raining it was going to be a wet turf? And you said, absolutely not.
No, I was just praying they kept it on the turf. And that filly's made for the turf, and all of her races from here on out will be on the turf.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
All right, guys, Heavenly Hello's a big upset. We've had some upset winners in our stakes races. In the Horseshoe Indianapolis, though, our biggest one. Good luck.
We have Tommy B in there, and he's coming off of a good race at Keeneland. Irad coming in to ride him as well, so he's familiar with him. He rode him there. And he was second to a good horse down in New Orleans, Dowagiac Chief, and who came back and ran on Derby Day. I don't think he ran any good, but has been keeping good company.
9 minutes away from one of the premier stakes races of the season, the Caesars Stakes. $150,000 going to be the purse in here. 1 mile the distance on the turf course. Now, despite the rain, the turf still listed as good as we are on the turf for the $150,000 Caesar Stakes. Do scratch number 3, 6, 7, and 9. 3, 6, 7, and 9 leaves us with a field of 5 set to contest being the champion of the Caesar Stakes in here. And we have a heavily backed favorite right now, 1-9 on number 4, Tommy B, as Irad Ortiz will be aboard this Brad Cox trainee. 7 starts, 3 victories, and 3 second-place finishes. Got the job done last time out, going 9 furlongs, cutting back, should be plenty fit. They've tried Stakes Company in the past. Now, whenever they've gone to Stakes, they've always had to settle for less. They've settled for second both times, losing to Dowagiac Chief along with Kittadon at Turfway Park on the synthetic. Looking to get the first stakes victory in here for Tommy B, who's a 3-year-old colt by Medaglia Doro, bred to run all day. And oftentimes when you do get rain, you worry about it being a tiring surface, maybe a little bit deeper on the turf course, but that really should be no issue because the breeding says Tommy B will run all day and also cutting back a full furlong. So the fitness will be there. The value may not be. 1-9 right now on Tommy B. I figured this one would be bet heavily despite the scratches, but I did not expect anywhere near 1-9 because I thought Setting of the Wise deserved a little bit of a look in here. Now, there's no doubt that this one is not as tested as some of the others. Both the 4 and the 5 are stakes tested, plenty of earnings. In fact, both of them already over $100,000 in purse earnings, while Setting of the Wise still eligible for non-winners of 2. Rispoli gets the call in here for Jason Barkley. Won easily in a field of 9 at the fairgrounds, coming a little bit from last to first. In fact, they sat near the back of the pack and then rallied up late. I thought the horse was very green, still learning, but showed a ton of talent. Then they dove into the deep end at Keeneland on a good turf course like we'll have today, and I actually thought they had a ton of run. Unfortunately, that field of 12, the gaps did not open up, never really got a chance to extend the stride, only beaten by 3 lengths that day, but it was a disastrous trip. This horse deserved much better than a 6th-place finish that day. There was a lot of trouble, and it was a replay that I wanted to watch. If you're diving in to our simulcast feed, you've still got 6 minutes to go back and watch that April 16th race because Setting of the Wise looked to be loaded at the top of the lane, never got an opportunity to run, and was still only defeated by 3 lengths. Certainly a horse that I want to have on my tickets at 6-1. And then you've got Stitched in here for Florent Giroux. This will be the only mount of the day for him. Do note, anytime a rider comes in, only gets 1 mount, you always have to pay attention, and that is the case with Stitched. The good-looking son of Mizzen Mast has won half of his starts. 3 for 6, and here has won 2 out of the last 3, and does have experience on wet ground on the turf course, winning at the fairgrounds, going a mile, likes to be the pace setter. There's no doubt about it. Oftentimes in races, you wonder who's going to be on the lead or at the lead. I don't believe there's any doubt that Stitch is going to play Catch Me If You Can because the last 2 victories, in fact, all 3 victories in the career have come on the lead. We'll see if Florent Giroux can get some reasonable fractions up top. It's certainly going to be a rider's race because anyone who looks at the form can see that Stitched looks to be lone speed on paper, and lone speed at 8-1 oftentimes looks juicy. I was talking to Ed DeRosa. He happens to fancy Stitched quite a bit. He's got lone speed on turf at 8-1. There is a lot of value in there. But right now, Tommy B, strictly the one to beat as the riders are getting the leg up, getting the final instructions, and one of the premier stakes races of the 120-day meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is now just 4 minutes away as the horses will step on the turf course for the Caesar Stakes, and John G. Dooley set to give you the call.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for the 2022 Caesar Stakes. Gino brings them on, 3 rolls over the mile. Course rated good, a field of 5. For this 17th running of the Caesar Stakes, scratch 3 play action pass, 6 American Pure, 7 Shake 'em Loose, and scratch 9 Kuchar. That was entered as a main track only. The Caesar Stakes has never been taken off the turf here. In its prior runnings, the field for the 17th Caesar Stakes, one is Slim Slow Slider. Santiago Gonzalez rides for TK Stables LLC, trained by Ray Hernandez. Number 2, Wake Surf. The jockey Vincent Chamonix, owned by Damian Lynch and trained by Rusty Arnold. Here's the 4, Tommy B, with Irad Ortiz Jr., owned by Robert V. LaPenta and Manicat Stables LLC and the Manicat Silks, trained by Brad Cox. Number 5 is Stitch, the jockey Florent Giroux, owned by breeder Nathan McCauley, Michael W. Olszewski, and William J. Minton, and trained by Greg Foley. And the 8 is Set into the Wise with Umberto Despoli, and the Orange Silks of owner John Ballantyne's NBS stable from the Jason Barkley barn, Setna the Wise. The field for the 2022 Caesar Stakes: exacta, trifecta, double, no superfecta, no pentafecta. Scratch 3, 6, 7, and 9. Course good. Roundabout 1 minute. There's Tommy B, the 1-5 favorite, Irad Ortiz Jr. for Brad Cox. 1-5 on Tommy B. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Turf good. The 3-year-olds now crossing over to the turf course. Going down to the mile start for the Caesar Stakes. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Caesar Stakes. They're going in. Santiago Gonzalez with Slim Slow Slider. Vincent Chamonix with Wake Surf coming up. Now Irad Ortiz Jr. with Tommy B. 1-5 on the Medaglia d'Oro colt. Here's Tommy B. Laurent Giroux with Stitched. One more at the mile. Umberto Rispoli was sent to the wise. Turf course listed good here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. They're off. Racing in the Caesar Stakes of 2022 and Sent of the Wise broke outward. They're Stitched. Tommy B and toward the inside. Slim, Slow Sliders keen here in the early stages. And Sent of the Wise now strides up with a bid and well settled by Vincent Chamonix. Wake Surf is dropped back to last as Stitched and Sent of the Wise lead out to the stretch. It's Sent of the Wise and Stitched toward the inside as they round the first turn. Slim, Slow Slider comes pluming up the rail and Tommy B is in third as these 3-year-olds go to the back of the course, and Wake Surf is last of the 5. It's Stitched. So Stitched out in front, 5 furlongs from home. For Florent Giroux, it's Stitched, who takes the top as Umberto Rispoli keeps Sent of the Wise right there with the front runner, Stitched by a half length to Sent of the Wise. 2 lengths away, Irad Ortiz Jr. has a good seat with Tommy B in third as they went past the half-mile pole. Then toward the inside is Wake Surf, who's now up 1 spot, and with Santiago Gonzalez. Slim, Slow Slider trails the stakes quintet. Half mile was 50.98 seconds. They traverse the far side of the Horseshoe Indianapolis course. It's still Stitched narrowly. Stitch continues to vie for this with Sent of the Wise. Battle joined by Tommy B and Slim, Slow Slider stoking up on the outside as they close ranks, leaving the far turn. And Wake Surf toward the inside. It's Stitched with 1 furlong to go. Stitched has the kick. Stitched is in front, or charging Tommy B. On the outside is Slim, Slow Slider, but they're coming inside the final 16th with Florent Giroux. It's Stitched, and Stitched reigns supreme in the Caesar Stakes. Beat Tommy B by 4, and then Sent of the Wise from Slim, Slow Slider and Wake Surf. Five, 4, and then a photo after the Caesar Stakes. Number 5, Stitched at 4-1 was first. The 4, Tommy B at 1-2. The runner-up in the 2022 Caesar Stakes stand by for the 3rd and 4th from the judges. Stitched, son of Mizzen Mast. Florent Giroux had 1 mount on the card. It was Stitched, home in the Caesar Stakes for Greg Foley. Judges posted 8, Sent of the Wise. 5-1 third and 1 Slim Slow Slider the 4th. 5-4-8-1, 137.95 after the running of the Caesar Stakes. Returning to the winner's circle, the 5 Stitched with Florent Giroux. Stitched is a 3-year-old bay colt by Miss and Mast. And a Walking Miracle by Into Mischief, bred in Kentucky by Nathan McCauley, who owns in partnership with Michael W. Olszewski and William J. Milton, and trained by Greg Foley. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Stitch, takes out the 2022 Caesar Stakes. 4-1 winner, Florent Giroux for Greg Foley, 137.95, course good. The result of the Caesar Stakes official winners presentation coming up. 5-4 exacta paid $19 even. Pick 3, $1,034.95. Holy, pick 5, over $141,000. That result on the 50-cent pick 5. Here's the winner's presentation. Once again, Horseshoe Indianapolis Director of Racing and Racing Secretary Chris Polson, joined by Vice President and General Manager of Racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Eric Holster, making the presentation to the winning connections of Stitch. Congratulations. Winning breeder and owner Nathan McCauley, Michael W. Olszewski, and William J. Minton. Greg Foley, Florent Giroux, the winning jockey on Stitch. Now, there's that 50-cent pick 5, $141,198. $141,198, showing that 50-cent pick 5 result today. Go forth and be rewarded. The 548 50-cent trifecta paid $12.45, 4-5 double, $625. Pick 4 paid $8,385. We'll close with that quarter horse allowance over the 300 yards. No scratches, no jockey changes. 4 plus 3 and 6. Tabuya DHD plus 4 pounds. Coming up, the winner's interview from the Horseshoe Indianapolis Winner's Circle after the 2022 Caesar Stakes. Coming up, Racing Rachel.
The 17th running of the Caesars Stakes goes to Florent Giroux. We've got Stitched, the winner here. Greg Foley's son, Travis, is here with us, and the owner, Nathan McCauley. But Florent, take us through the trip. It was a really nice ride.
It was very quick. Went to the lead, improved my position, and just the horse did the race. He just kept on getting stronger and stronger each pole, and finished very nicely, and very happy. Greg Foley and the team give me a nice gift here.
Well, I always love talking to you. You make my job easy. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. Tell me a little bit about this 3-year-old colt, Nathan. I'm glad you came to Indiana. How's everybody been treating you?
Me too. Yeah, so nice. Yeah, it was a good day to come.
Excellent. So tell me a little bit about your colt here. You're the breeder and the owner.
Yeah, he's a homebred out of a mare, an Into Mischief mare named Walking Miracle. And she's named that because she had a paddock injury as a foal, and my mom kind of nursed her back to health. And she wasn't able to be a racehorse, but we retired her to the broodmare band, and this is the second foal out of the mare, and nothing better than a homebred.
Yeah, so that makes you feel a little bit better when you get one of those. I love those stories. I'm a crazy horse girl, so that always gets me in my heart. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks so much.
Travis, you want to talk here a little bit about this one, coming here to Indiana for your dad?
We've come a long way in 6 months with this horse. After his debut, I called Nathan and I was like, there's talent there, I swear. And here we are, stakes winners. He's just a fun, improving horse, and seems like he gets better every day.
Yeah, it looks like he kind of likes the little bit of a wet turf. I circled a couple of good tries that he looked pretty good in those wins.
No doubt. And again, we were watching the weather all day last night, and standing here as we ran on the grass, we're just blessed all around.
You were like, all right, I'm good with the rain. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Caesar Stakes goes to Stitch, Florent Giroux, Nathan McCauley, congratulations. Greg Foley, trainer, Travis, thanks for talking to us. And congratulations to everyone today. We do have one more event coming up, so stick around.
They're off. Racing in the Caesar Stakes of 2022, and Set of the Wise broke outward. They're stitched. Tommy B, and toward the inside, slim, slow sliders keen here in the early stages, and Set of the Wise now strides up with a bid, and well settled by Vincent Chamonix. Wake Surf has dropped back to last as Stitched and Set of the Wise lead out to the stretch. It's Set of the Wise and Stitched toward the inside as they round the first turn. Slim, slow slider comes pluming up the rail, and Tommy B is in third as these three-year-olds go to the back of the course, and Wake Surf is last of the five. It's Stitched. So Stitched out in front, 5 furlongs from home. For Florent Giroux, it's Stitched, who takes the top as Umberto Rispoli keeps Set of the Wise right there with the front runner, Stitched by a half length to Set of the Wise. 2 lengths away, Irad Ortiz Jr. has a good seat with Tommy B in third as they went past the half-mile pole. Then toward the inside is Wake Surf, who's now up one spot, and with Santiago Gonzalez. Slim, slow slider trails the stakes quintet. Half mile was 50.98 seconds. They traverse the far side of the Horseshoe Indianapolis course. It's still Stitched narrowly. Stitch continues to vie for this with Set of the Wise. Battle joined by Tommy B and Slim, slow slider stoking up on the outside as they close ranks, leaving the far turn. And Wake Surf toward the inside. It's Stitched with 1 furlong to go. Stitched has the kick. Stitched is in front, or charging Tommy B. On the outside is Slim, slow slider, but they're coming inside the final 16th with Florent Giroux. It's Stitched, and Stitched reigns supreme in the Caesar Stakes. Beat Tommy B by 4, and then Set of the Wise from Slim, slow slider and Wake Surf.
Well, great job by everybody today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The only exception, Mother Nature. We don't need you to behave this way on big stakes days, but clean it up for next time, okay? All right, we're going to close out our Wednesday card with a compact quarter horse allowance race. A lot of nice horses to talk about, so let's go to the paddock. And I'm going to begin with number 5, BV Amazed. Bella Vista Farms Homebred is trained by Randy Smith, who qualified, are you ready for this? 6 of the 10 finalists for the upcoming Harley Green Derby. That's incredible. Congratulations, Randy, and your team. BV Amazed is a 4-year-old mare by Jess Lips. She's going to be making her 9th career start, closed out her 2021 season with a game runner-up allowance finish, and I think she'd be no surprise in this. Next up for me is number 4, Too Pretty to Catch. This is a very capable race mare who has collected plenty of checks here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She made 1 start this meet on May 3rd. It wasn't a great break from the gate. She actually stumbled, and in a 330-yard race, you just can't make it up. But Tim Eggleston and jockey Rolando Pina are meshing really well. They're having a good meet. And another element for this mare is the fact that she is won on an off track, so you might want to give her a long look. I'm going to go next to number 7, Beach Front. This is one of 2 trainees from the barn of Tony Cunningham. He's a 4-year-old son of Escondido Beach who has hit the board in 8 of his 11 starts, so very consistent. This is going to be his first race since last October. He finished 3rd, just behind BV Amazed. But these horses will turn the tables on each other quite frequently. So take a look at Beachfront. And let's close it out with number 2, Secret Eyes. This is a very interesting prospect. Liberato Barazza owns and trains this 4-year-old gelding by Habit's Secret. Now here's the catch. He was winless in 8 starts last year, but came back off the layoff here on May 3rd, and he fired out of the gates under jockey Eric Esqueda. And not only won, but he ran his top speed figure. Can he back it up? Maybe, and especially because he is also won on the slop. So I'm going to go 5, 4, 7, 2. I have a good rest of the day, and we'll be back tomorrow. We have 1 more quarter horse race to close out the week.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for the last of the day. We'll close with the 10th race. The quarter horse allowance over the 300 yards. Sloppy track, and there's no wind. All 7 run, no scratches, no jockey changes. Overweights the 4, Too Pretty to Catch +3. And the 6, To Ya Booyah, DHD +4. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, quarter horse Pentafecta. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. 300 yards going in. Perry Special Chick, joined by Secret Eyes. Falcon coming up. Loading, Tuya Booya DHD. Tuya Booya's in. Too Pretty to Catch through 4. Two back. BV Amazed. Secret Eyes now 2-1 on the final favorite. So stand by, one more. Beachfront like Tuya Booya, both for Tony Cunningham. At 300 yards, sloppy track, no wind, last of the day, all set. And they're off. Secret Eyes broke poor. It's Falcon nearest the inside, Perry Special Chick, and here's Tuya Booya DHD coming with a zooming run. And Beachfront near the stand side rail, Tuya Booya. Tuya Booya DHD takes it from Beachfront on the wire with Falcon and Too Pretty to Catch, followed by BV Amazed, Perry Special Chick, and after breaking poor, Secret Eyes trail them home. Six, seven, and then a photo for third, fourth, and fifth for the Pentafecta. 6, Tuya Booya. 5-2 first. 7, Beachfront for the Tony Cunningham. 1-2. Stand by for the third, fourth, and fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. LD Martinez, repeat meet winner here for Tony Cunningham. Tuya Booya DHD takes it out at 5-2. Sloppy track, no wind. The judges posted number 3 Falcon, 14-1 third, 4 Too Pretty to Catch fourth, and BV Amazed for the Pentafecta. 6-7, Tony Cunningham 1-2. Coming back Tuya Booya, DHD with the black cap and Beachfront with the orange cap. 1-2 for Tony Cunningham after the 300 yards in 15.58. Sloppy, no wind, 15.58. Returning to the winner's circle, the 6, Tuya Booya, DHD, with LD Martinez. Tuya Booya is a 3-year-old big gelding by Capo de Capi out of the Brimstone mare, Booya Tuya, bred in Indiana by owner David Dalton. Leads home the Tony Cunningham 1-2 in the quarter horse allowance. Tuya Booya, 15.58 for David Dalton. Final results in. Pentafecta paid $215.66. Final pick 3 on the card, 602.50. Exacta, $39.60. 50-cent trifecta, 673, paid $147.45. 5-6 double, $57.80. $112.41 for that 10-cent superfecta with 2 pretty to catch 4th. All 7 ran. Favorite was 7th, 15.58. That concludes our live racing program for today on Caesars Stakes Day 2022. Cheers to all who joined us here at the races and all who tuned in. Live racing resumes tomorrow, our Thursday post time at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Follow and tweet us at HS Indy Racing. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Congratulations to all our winners and all who raced with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night.
Results are in for the $2,500 Caesars Stake Legends Contest sponsored by Indiana HBPA. Today's winner is on-track player Jim Leisure, who wins the grand prize of $1,000. Other winners from today, all online players, are Bruce Meyer, who was second and wins $500, Alan Gregory, who was third and wins $400, Leon Arthur, who was fourth and wins $300, Steve Wing, who was fifth and wins $200, and finally Daniel Murr, who was sixth and wins $100. Congratulations to all winners, and thanks for playing in the Caesars Stakes Legends Contest.
And they're off. Secret Eyes broke poor. It's Falcon nearest the inside. Perry Special Chick. And here's To Yabuya DHD coming with a zooming run. And Beachfront near the stand side rail. To Yabuya. To Yabuya DHD takes it from Beachfront on the wire with Falcon and Too Pretty to Catch, followed by